Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, well, a ton of action this morning. Before I talk about the little trade I took, the Mayos, just a word about this NVAX. This has to be filed under, there ought to be a law, because if you were following what happened at NVAX after hours yesterday, a report came out that, of course, they're one of the forerunners of a potential virus vaccine. And a report came out that 8 people had got sick and were hospitalized because of the vaccine. So you're sitting there at $153, and then this news comes out, quote unquote news comes out after hours. Stock tanks to almost $100, and then it completely recovers when it turns out that news was completely, well, let's call it fake, erroneous, whatever you want to call it. So now look at it. So imagine if you had somehow been able to get this at 103. And, it's a double. This morning, because now it is up 19%, up $31. So I like to use the word, a lot of chicanery there, guys, a lot of chicanery. Anyway, that is what happened with NVAX. But can you imagine if you were, holding this one and all this news and you sold? Anyway, so what did I do this morning? I'm getting a little more active pre-market. This is kind of my new routine, I suppose. I saw this one right here, this Mayos, and I just hopped on it. I was a little bit late. I saw it right over, well, of course, I wanted that 2 break. And I just said, you know what, take it. And I got in at 210, and I sold almost immediately at 240. Now, it pulled back, and now it's moving higher again. But 210 to 240 in, seems like just seconds. And that was it. Now, lots of activity though. Cruisers and the airliners, I kind of refuse. I'll take a look at one of them, NCLH, Norwegian. This is up. Will it hold? That's been the biggest problem for me with all of these, the airliners and the cruisers. They have these pops in the pre-market, but they never seem to be able to hold their gaps. So we'll see. Maybe today will be different. I see Save is up. Also, same sort of thing. Though Save is maybe a little bit different. Save has had some days where it's gapped and then kind of continued higher. So you might want to keep an eye on Save. So let's go down this list. It's a long list. Now, of course, I hope nobody listened to me yesterday about Sorrento, my bias. But what a nice move this morning. SRNE. And lots of, I guess the CEO was on, and there are people saying it's a bunch of nonsense, but it doesn't really matter what we think. This is up now, $14. Of course, it's a potential gap to the 22 level. So there it is, SRNE. ARPO, sounds like dog food. ARPO is now after hours. This was up to 335. It is pulled way back though. It's a fairly low float. $5.1 million financing. That is their news after hours, I believe. $5.1 million financing, and it is a virus play. And a lot of volume. Look at that volume. 8 million, already 8 million shares. Vapo is an earnings play, and it is gap down. Look at this gap though, guys. This is sort of the reverse of some of the ones that Real talks about, the breakout gaps. Look at this one. This is a breakdown gap. It's got a ton of room still underneath. Vapo is an earnings play. Down, the volume isn't great yet, but it is a low float. Also 18 million in the float for a $39 stock. So a lot of, should be extremely volatile. Getting a lot of stocks are starting to fill in, even in my gap ups. Just getting ringing in my ears. I haven't talked about Capri, CPRI. CPRI got hit 2 days ago. Tried to recover a little bit, and now this is an earnings play. August 5th, pre-market released earnings right here. If you're unfamiliar with our program, that mauve area you see is after hours, and after hours yesterday, of course. And this is the pre-market is the tan area. So CPRI Nice gap up for it on earnings. VCYT. All right, could be interesting. This is a gap down on financing, and the financing is that they've raised a lot of money. 6 million shares at $30 a share. It's $180 million. So it's holding the financing price, VCYT. Space continues its move down, SPCE, at least it had. It was down to 1970. It's popped about 25 cents, but it is still a pretty weak stock on their financing also. I don't know if the financing price has been established. I have to look at this one. Tilray. Remember my pet peeve about all these cannabis stocks. I mean, it may continue today. Had a great day yesterday. Can it continue? Can it put 2 green days in a row? I mean, it did this here. Beyond Meat. You know, people following Beyond Meat, BYND, they did release earnings after hours. Obviously not a great reaction. So there's that mauve area right there. And it's kind of still holding the lows of the after hours. Not that anybody expected any earnings whatsoever from Nikola and KLA, but this is their first earnings release, such as it is. And it is gapped down. Had a wild day yesterday. Look at the topping tail, look at that bottoming tail, then look where it closed. So, I mean, had a wild day yesterday in KLA. TTOO to 2. This is up. I guess they were going to do a reverse split, but they've since reneged on that, saying they're not going to do a reverse split. So look at the volume on this one. Big float too. I mean, that's why they were just going to do a reverse split to get that float down, but they say they're not going to do it now. Now here's one that is completely and utterly gapped up and broken free here. LPSN. It's a little more expensive one. This is an earnings play. Lifetime high now for LPSN. Look at the breakout now, LPSN. And Mara, you know, if I ever thought to take one of these and just hang on. I mean, look what Mara did in its heyday back in 2016. It's got up to $55. I'm not sure if that's actually 55 or split adjusted, but regardless, I mean, it was really, really active during the Bitcoin craze. In fact, right around here, got up to 40. And it is starting, I mean, it had a bit of a choppy day yesterday. You know, this is one up to 480, closed at 380. But you know, if you're a believer, I guess, in that Bitcoin is really going to keep moving. What is GBTC? So there's GBTC, kind of the ETF. It really isn't, but pink sheet stock, but really tracks Bitcoin. Meanwhile, kind of unbelievably, look at Kodak. Kodak is having a big bounce. Of course, lots of Kodak under severe investigation for this move right there. Was that move right there really almost unnecessary, unless the guys didn't have very many shares? If you know what I'm talking about. Buying ahead of the big announcements. DVN is an earnings yes, it is an earnings play. Pretty big float though. 370 million in the float, but I mean, Devon, it has room to, it has room to that 13 level. You look at that weekly chart, 13 is this area right up there. So it's broken free on the daily chart, has some room to 13. VBIV. So this is a Canadian virus play. I know trades, I don't know where they're out of in Canada. All right, so I'm not 100% sure why it said, okay, collaboration with the National Research Council of Canada. Okay, so it is a U.S. stock, but the news of it was they had 6.5 million Canadian dollars. No jokes, guys. It's a virus play injection, so that is for VBIV, and it's not a low float though. 208 million in the float. Definitely not a low float situation. And HEPA, yeah, it's funny. I saw HEPA just a little before I saw the Myos, and I just like that Myos a little bit better. So I didn't really get involved in the HEPA. In fact, this was a little earlier. I got up a little bit later today, 4:15 my time, so I didn't quite see this. So this, because this move started at 8 o'clock, I think, 8 o'clock, yeah. So, what I'm looking at now in pre-market, this is not a recommendation to trade the pre-market. If you're new to trading, it can be really exciting, but it can be really devastating depending on if you don't take very many shares, it won't be the end of the world, I guess. But, my whole thing on this now, on the pre-market, is when I see the pop, I just buy it. Now, I didn't see this. I don't think it triggered until well, I might have seen it. It might have moved so quickly, and then when it was holding just a little over 2, I love that whole number break. And I also looked at the float. So, but that was very quick for me. 210, 240. I've left some on the table, but on the other hand, this also dropped right back down to almost where I bought it. So I cannot complain. But it's not for everybody. KTCC could be an interesting one. KTCC, low float, 9.9 million in the float. It is an earnings play. There's not very much volume. I get it. Look at the breakout though on that daily chart. Now it has on the monthly chart, it may get stuck right there around that 860 mark. This is back in 2018, so it's a couple of years ago. But it's certainly a nice break. It broke through the 200-day moving average yesterday. And it is an earnings play. The volume will pick up. There's just not a lot of volume. They actually released after hours yesterday. And you can see it actually gapped up to almost 12. So we'll see. Just have to wait and see how this opens. All right, guys, 9:17. So I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. There are a few upgrades. Let's just put some of them in here. Oops. Disney had earnings too. I didn't mention Disney. I know Disney had earnings. I guess reaction is pretty good. A little gold play. By the way, I got to mention, keep an eye on MAG just right after I get these upgrades in. I want to take a look at MAG. So much happening. Sure glad that during the summer things really slow down. Ha ha. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Now, take a look at MAG, guys. This is, of course, silver play. there's not very much volume in it, but look at this potential. Now, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it's truly a $50 down to $5 in that month. I don't know if it's some kind of a reorganization or whatever. But the bottom line is that look at this. So it is above last month's high, and it's a silver play. AG, which was a trade of the week last week, still strong. You know, silver was up this morning, and gold was up this morning. Gold's, of course, a new all-time high. So I mean, there's still a ton of action here. Do AI alerts come by themselves? No, they come by themselves. Nothing to do. Just load the window, okay? Every day, I know I have to keep repeating myself, but in case people forget, all you have to do from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Nothing for you to do. Just let the alerts happen. All right, let me get some of the downgrades in. EBR, CLR, PBR, they're all firing also. Boy, a lot of gappers this morning. Huh. Downgrade for Apple. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Yeah, yeah, screw up. I mean, there are other words you could use for that. That Novavax thing is really, really bad in my opinion. That's almost as bad as Kodak. Upgrade and or downgrade? Okay, depends who, I guess. But anyway, you can't dispute the fact that now Myos here. Let's take a look here, and it's still got a low float. It is an earnings play. Now we say market hours, okay, but they've released before the market opened, and market hours typically, it's very rare. Sometimes you'll see foreign companies, overseas companies, they might release during what we call market hours. IMUX, this is on my watch list, but it's already gapped down quite a bit. Decent volume coming in, 7.9 million in the float. IMUX is starting to gap down. Will it hold? A couple of days ago, there were the highs, 1752. So IMUX, I can't remember if this is a virus play or not. Doesn't look like it. There's another one that just well, it's kind of snuck in. I didn't really see this one August 10th, so they don't release. But look at this one, IEA infrastructure, and so this has got a ton of room, guys. What's the float like? 19 million in the float. Another one, IEA. Where are they out of? Is that what it is? Energy alternatives, okay. I think I've seen this one in the past, but certainly today it's really, I mean, look at this, 40%, big volume, low float. Can the news sustain this gap? I mean, look at the room on the monthly chart. Well, here's another one, guys. Look at Net Element. There's so many. There's just so many. Look at Net Element here. NETE. Look at this breakout. It's not on earnings. Heart and Soul. Nice. I like your nickname. Every now and then happens, William. Every now and then, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about sometimes in the top. It's only in the top list, right? Yeah, there's a resetting of the server sometimes, and that happens. Usually, it's only 5 seconds or so. I don't have a multi-strategy window open, but let me open one. What time is it? 9:27. I'll just very quickly do it, okay? I know it's not intuitive. Let me just load one. All right, so right-click the window, Properties, Actions. Okay, so right-click the window, Property, Actions, and there it is. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to not delete, but just close these ones down. And as always, I'll connect to the simulator. You know, this is Brokerage Plus. This is a simulator in action. New to trading. Before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Use our simulator using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. No, the chart layout, you mean these charts here? These are all these are all Trade Ideas charts. You're talking about these charts? Yeah, these are Trade Ideas charts. Petróleo. PBR, nice move here. Big float though. 3.7 billion in the float. Hard to imagine that it's, can go that much more. I mean, it's up 6%. Yes, less than a minute to the open. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. Goods, you're in there. Wow. You're in early. You're going to leave us early, or are you going to be here for the day? For the day, all right. Pixie is just showing up here. Look at the volume coming into Pixie. Another crazy low float, less than a million, maybe. Pixie, Pixy. Okay, guys, we're now open. Now, typically, again, if you want to follow my watch list, forgot to mention this, if you want to follow my watch list, nothing will happen in this window, these two windows, until at least 9:45. If you click on, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. All right, remember, everything in here is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay, again, if you saved it to the cloud. And one moment, please. All right, guys, keep an eye on, what is MAG doing? This is one that, I mean, look at the breakout here. The volume pick up a little bit, but look at the breakout here, guys. I mean, this, if you're into silver, this is probably one of the better ones, just because, again, I don't know what happened this month. I'm not 100% convinced that it truly was this drop. That they had, horrible news. I might be wrong. Somebody wants to look it up. It was back in 2015, but regardless, this is on this chart. This looks awesome. And again, even AG, the trade of the week from last week. I don't think. Let's see what Lennar is doing. LEN, yeah, it really hasn't broken out. It did trigger yesterday, but it really hasn't broken out yet, and it may not. And Six Flags, guys, we were watching Six SIX yesterday. And, so now it's above that high. I mean, guys, this has a chance to really start filling this void. Maybe let it settle down a little bit, but it may not. I mean, it may just continue to go. All right, here's our little favorite here, JMIA. Look at the volume that has just come in. This was had weakened again a little bit in the pre-market, but now maybe this big sell-off day. That's a big sell-off, guys. I mean, from 23, 24 down to 16. That's an $8 drop. It's a 33% drop right there. I mean, that is a big, big drop, but maybe it'll start to come back now. VXRT. Now, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I just kind of let the market settle down a little bit. Look at VXRT. Did I see this in the pre-market? I don't think it... I don't have it listed here as something I was watching, but VXRT. Look at the volume that came in. This is not a virus play. Down goes Sorrento for a while anyway. SRNE. Just had the guts to short this one. Well, JMIA definitely mini recovery mode. I wouldn't be too anxious yet. This is, I mean, that was a big drop yesterday, guys, on a percentage basis from the high. I'm going to stick an alert around 1835 for MAG and see if it kicks that out a little bit later. Mike. All right, is this Tapestry? Tapestry, yeah, Tapestry. TPR. TPR, is it not an earnings play? Wow, this is a big move for Tapestry. This is oh man, what's wrong with my memory here? The handbag company. Coach, right? It used to be the old Coach. Changed their symbol to TPR. Well, this is ripping here. I wonder if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any. It's not an earnings play. Boy, this is a big area. It's a big float, over $250 million in the float. But if it takes out, 1455 or so, I mean, it's got some room to 18. Keep an eye on TPR. See if it holds this, rests a little bit, gives us an opportunity to get in without just actually chasing it. ARNC, guys, ARNC, this is one that I was considering to swing yesterday. This is again that aluminum play. All right, guys. Well, okay, the AI, but I mean, this is an earnings play, GLUU. Okay, so in order for me to share things, come into the trading room. It's a lot easier for me to pass out links. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. There is another. Well, guys, right now, as we speak, and let's see if it pulls up at all. But a nice alert right off the bat. Don't like the early alerts that much, but can't dispute the fact that's a nice alert from the AI right off the bat on a short. This is what I'm talking about. I don't mind showing it now. It's way after the fact. 847 on the short, 816 right now for GLUU. That was the first alert from the AI, and it's an earnings play. Did it work? That's all I care. Did it work, the dreamer? Okay, now I can see, yes, I can see that obviously it worked so far. Well, silver is just, I'm really interested in MAG. It's not doing anything yet, but I'm very interested in MAG. All right, Freeport McMoran FCX. Now this is a big float, 1.5 billion in the float. Can be kind of an active trader though. It's interesting, even though it does have that amount in the float. I think it has to take out 14. This could be maybe an interesting multi-day hold. I mean, it's had a great 4 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months actually from the lows, like a lot of stocks. Well, JMIA is continuing. That bottoming tail got me a little bit worried, but it has shrugged that off, and JMIA looks like it wants to regain some of this anyway. All right, now, here's my word. I preach this every day. You notice the AI is not out of this trade. Okay, there has not been an exit. You can't let this happen. Now listen, it may collapse from here. You just can't let that happen though. You get a short at 846, 847. It goes down to 812. Lots and lots of volume, so plenty of time to get in and out. You can't allow it to come right back up, and now you're in a lost position. Okay? Can't allow it. You have to take some off. You know, I'm not saying you have to take the entire amount off, but you have to as this starts to come back, because you know what. So this is what we talk about. Man and machine. This is the machine giving you the entries and the stop and all, but you know, you really should be managing the exits. There's Alcoa. What's CENX doing? CENX. Well, look at CENX. So again, you know, and this is what I mean. This is a great look right here. Look at CENX. I mean, it's just over 10. IEA just got halted also. So this is just over 10, and the high here is 1014. I mean, put an alert at 1014 or so. I'm going to stick an alert around 1021 for CENX. I mean, aluminum is just on a tear. I mean, look at the run aluminum has had. I think this is kind of the best one. When I say the best one, I mean it's had the most steady of the big aluminum plays, and that's the CENX. Ah. Well, I don't know what's going to happen here. This is an earnings play, August the 5th pre-market. So this released earnings pre-market. And take a look at EXTR through the 200-day moving average. More importantly, if you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 536. If this takes this out, I mean, this has a lot of room, this EXTR, and it's an earnings play. So, I mean, it should be active all day. It's a big float, 117 million in the float. I'm going to stick an alert around 538 to see if it takes out that high and continues to fill this void. Meanwhile, JMIA is just ripping here. I don't think there's anything new. I think it's just, you know, there's a big sell-off yesterday, and I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Finally had a big, I mean, look, it had a tremendous run. I mean, look at the run from the bottom of the pandemic, I guess, right here, and look at the run it had. So, you know, that profit taking was pretty severe. All right, so starting to see some of the pre-market movers. So this is the one that got halted. So there's the pre-market high, IEA. Got halted. It hit a 613 pre-market. This is going to have a great, looks like it's going to have a great open. This is what I'm seeing, 523, 523. It's halted at 493. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, so this box here, all brokerage platforms will have something like this. All right, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is an earnings play. WIFI. Wi-Fi is an earnings play. Pretty choppy weekly or monthly. But if this can somehow clear 1611, going forward, then look at the gap, look at the void, look at the room. All right, now Tapestry, okay, a little bit of a base here, just a little minor base here. TPR. All right, Wrap Technologies. This is starting to move here. WRTC, low float, 16 million in the float. Okay, down goes MYOS, and this is not shortable for me. So again, another quick trade for me pre-market. All right, there is CENX. Okay, you know what? Okay, wow, IEA just opened, guys, and it is a big explosive open. It actually got all the way up to 550. Just looking at some of these. Okay, so here are, let's see, IEA 517. Don't know how easy it would have been to get at 517. That's when it just opened. All right, let me take a look at the overall market. What is the overall market doing? Nothing. Obviously it popped up. Market is positive right now, but it's really not doing too much. Just kind of, there are the pre-market highs right now, so it's just kind of steady in this area. I'm just going to keep an eye on this mag. Needs a lot of volume to pick up and just pop up through this 1830 area. All right, so much for TTOO, TTOO. Not even close. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's 181 high, 165. So, I mean, it's not an utter collapse yet, but basically they were up because I guess they were going to do a reverse split, and they have basically said, you know what, we're not going to do a reverse split. So that is the news. Okay, I'm just watching CENX, see if it takes that out again. All right, so again, everything I'm sharing, or all the scans that I am sharing, you can access two ways. You can click on the Scans tab. Everything is here, including the basic new highs and lows, okay? Or you can click on the room drive. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that, scans that I share. All right, and you can click on download. It'll take you to a Word document and all the links will be there. And you can pick and choose which ones you want, including the basic new highs and lows. All right? All right, so this is now halted on the way down. IEA is now halted on the way down. And I didn't mention this one. I saw this one in the pre-market, UAVS, but this is now halted. Actually, it's halted because of news. Okay, so this is a news halt, so who knows how long this is going to be. Again, have the halts resumes right here. One of the scans that I am sharing. So you can see halted because of news, as opposed to volatility, which is basically just a computer program which assesses volatility and will perform an automatic halt on a stock. Wow, keep freezing when I click on them. Oh, that's a strange one. Maybe try to reload trade ideas or something. Just to see. When you say freezing, you mean can you get out of the program? Can you go to the toolbar and exit? I'm talking to UH. Can you? Are you completely frozen? Can you? Yeah, maybe. I don't. A couple things. Maybe go to the account, reset your connection. Maybe exit trade ideas completely and reload. If that doesn't help, I'm going to have to send you to our true tech support. Okay, don't understand the question, how to get more out of the algo than I'm showing now. I'm not sure I understand the question. What you have, if you have the premium service, I'm assuming you have then the premium service, there's nothing more to do other than clicking on new from the toolbar and then loading AI/Holly strategy trades window. Load the window and just wait for the alerts to happen. There's really not that much more to do. How you manage the trades is up to you. As I was saying earlier, go Cenex. As I was saying earlier, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't display it, Magnus, all day long. Maybe I see you double S'd me on the Anderson. Yeah, I don't display it because it would not be fair to those who pay for our premium service if I'm just going to display it all day long. So what I do is I will talk about some of the alerts kind of after the fact. And I mentioned the glue alert, and I know people are desperately wanting to just allow the AI to run completely in automated fashion. But, the way we look at it, it's man and machine. So the machine, the AI will alert you to where the, on a real-time alert, a possible entry and give you a stop. But then my firm belief is you have to manage these trades on your own. How could you allow a short of 847 to go down to 815? Okay, and now you're in a losing position because the AI has not exited. You see, there's no exit yet. And, you know, as a trader, you could never, ever allow that to happen. Now, I'm not saying this might not, I mean, this could turn around and, you know, completely collapse. I get that. You can't take that chance, though. I mean, you've got a great percentage move from 847 down to 813 or 14 or whatever. That's a great percentage move. I'm not saying you could, you know, you might not have got in right at the penny on the short and got out right at the bottom. But, you know, give me the middle 2/3, and that's a great move in a very short period of time. All right, so I'm going to give, there are a couple of people in the YouTube feed. You know, I keep directing people into what I call our, you know, the big trading room. Oops, put it in the wrong area. Because you see here is the, I call it the main trading room. It's a lot more active, a lot more traders here, a lot more interaction among traders. More importantly for me, you know, people want my links all day long. It's way easier for me to, you know, direct you to the scans tab, or my scans all day long. All the scans are here or they're up here. I can't do that in the YouTube feed. If I could, I would. Okay, so WB, I'm not sure I understand your question. So Raj, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is on basic new highs and lows. So right here, I mean, virtually everything I do is based on making new highs or lows for the day. So, I mean, the basic new highs and lows, there it is. And as I said, you can access it from the scans or from this room drive icon, scans that I share, download. Okay? I do it that way, guys, because otherwise I used to not do that. And, you know, every time somebody would ask me for a link, I'd be copying and pasting it in here, and I'd be doing that all day long. So now I basically just direct you to where you can find them, and then it's up to you to pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, so I think what you're talking about, WB, is the fact that, yeah, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So yes, your layout will disappear. You know, well, it'll be replaced. I mean, there's no getting around it really. Okay, I mean, you have to, I think once you get used to trade ideas, you will not be using the channel bar so much. I think what you'll do is you might extract certain channels or certain windows scans from each channel and then building your own layout. And then that's what you'll use. So there's no way to have them both at the same time. You can only have one layout at a time. Okay, so again, my layout is not available as a layout. I have individual windows or scans, okay? So you can see them all here. First, you can see them here in the scans tab. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. Well, you can see me, you can see what I'm doing, and you can have your own layout, WB. You can have the scan. Again, if you came into the trading room, I can give you some of the scans that I'm using, and then you can add them to your layout. Now, the only thing is that if you want to see these, I know it's a little complicated, but this is, see, what I tried to do here is, especially if you're new to trading, is to only have a few stocks to watch all day long. So I created this, my channel, new channel bar, and then my watch list. So, it's only going to give you a handful of stocks to watch all day long. New to trading, it can be overwhelming seeing all these symbols coming in all day long, and you wonder, well, what the heck? What do I concentrate on? What do I look at? How do I trade it? So I created the watch list so that you could have a finite, well, everything is finite, I suppose, to some extent, but a very small number of stocks that you can concentrate on all day long if that's what you want to do. So to access that, you have to go to my channel. Now, once you have these windows loaded, you can save them to the cloud, bring back your layout, and then bring these 3 windows back from the cloud, and then again, save your layout with these windows in them. So WB, do you understand what I'm saying? You can have these. You can have these windows here as part of your layout. If you came into the trading room, I can give you, these windows. Guys, CENX, almost a red bar ignored. All right, the only reason is because you don't have this window open and it doesn't say all. My guess, because there are only 3 alerts today and they're all from Holly Neal. So my guess is that you have not got Holly, you don't have all of the trades opening, okay? Or all of the AIs. So again, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll pop up. You'll have all the trades in this window. And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. When you save your work, just save it as part of your layout. Okay, Deke, did that make sense? So where are you accessing the AI? I don't understand why, if you're joining the Trade Ideas chat, you have to leave the layout that you're on. I don't get that. I don't know how to help you, WB. I mean, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. I mean, there's no getting around that. But if you came into the trading room, why? I mean, it's just web-based, just like it's a browser-based, so you're in the YouTube. I don't understand. Okay, so can you load that window? New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, can you do that? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask him. Are you loading it from the channel bar? If you want to load it from the channel bar, then you have to click on the Omni AI. That'll give you all 3. Okay, but if you're on the app, I mean, I hardly recommend you load the AI from the toolbar. Click on New, and this is all you need. It's all you need. AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. It's all you need. And WB, the other thing is when you say you leave the layout, well, save your layout. Save your layout then, and then join the trading room and then load your layout again. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Just save your layout. Yeah, so it might be confusing. I wish we probably should maybe change the names of these to make it very, very clear. But it's the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Meanwhile, Triple U has been on a tear. Man, security instruments been on a tear. I haven't had a chance to even look at any of these things. You shouldn't have to upgrade. I mean, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? If you click on Help and About, what version do you have? I'm on a development version, but what version do you have? Click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version. I will say this, yeah, if you're on a very, very old version, then the default used to be when you open that window, it would just say Grail. Maybe that's it. But all the new versions now default to all, so you see them all. Guys, CENX. All right, so what I would do, I can't remember 3.2. That's a very old version, so it's possible that's the reason, okay? So let me, now, here's what you can do right now if you don't want to. Tell me, does it say strategy trades all? Or sorry, Grail? Is that what it says? In fact, you should see one trade now. If it does it say Grail? I mean, I'll give you a quick fix right now. Because all you'd have to do is right-click, segments, and check all. And then you'll see them all. Wow, this is just turning into a great little trade, guys. I'm still really considering swinging this. I mean, aluminum. Look at this. I mean, 762. I mean, it's been steady. It's not a big float. Oh, they actually have earnings. Well, I won't be swinging it. I will not be swinging CENX. It has earnings after hours today. Okay, you cannot make a sound alert for topless windows, only alert windows. It doesn't make sense to make a sound alert for the topless windows. They get updated every 30 seconds, so there's really no point in having a sound alert for the topless windows. Only the alert windows. So again, I will repeat, I will not be swinging. I was thinking, really considering swinging the CENX, but I never hold through earnings, so I will not be swinging CENX. I see silver is, let's see, I was looking at AG. See silver, this one is getting a little bit weak. Now, guess is an interesting one. Oh, it's already popped a little bit. Well, I mean, if it takes out 12, and look at the weekly chart, the highs are, close to 1370-ish or so. When you say turn it on, now are you talking about in the simulator, or are you talking about your live, trying to trade your live Interactive Brokers account? Which, if you're new to trading, I would not recommend. Okay, so, well, you just turn them on. You say you've turned them on? You've turned them on? Okay. Have you connected to the simulated trading? Okay, so what's the question? Now, if you go to positions, it should start taking the trades. You have to go click on positions. It should start taking the trades. Remember though, sometimes depending on the limit offset, depending how fast the stock is moving, it may not take the trade if it's outside. You know, I'm going to get you though to describe all that is watch this video. Everything that you're probably going to wonder about both simulation and also if you ever do connect to your Interactive Brokers account, if you have one, is in this video, okay? So watch this video. This is one that kind of got away from me, IMUX. What a nice little short. If you have it on positions and you have absolutely turned them all on and you are connected, the only reason it wouldn't have taken the order, again, you have to watch the video, okay? I'll just very quickly show you though, but you have to watch the video. If I click on, see I don't know what the limit offset is, but you see that says 11, so that's kind of out there. I mean that should be far enough away, but yours might say 2 cents or 3 cents. And again, it's all explained. So for instance, we might get an alert, and even though it is trying to take the trade automatically, but if a stock is moving pretty quickly, let's just say you get an alert at 11.98. So the system sees the alert at 11.98, but immediately the stock's at say 12.04, okay, because it's moving quickly, as an example. So that limit offset, if you have it at 2 or 3 cents, it will never take the trade, because what the limit offset is saying, okay, listen, I get the alert, 11.98. How far outside of that alert am I willing to take the trade? And that's what the offset is. So if you have 2 or 3 cents, which is pretty tight, if the stock is moving pretty quickly, it won't take the trade. Now, if it's not moving quickly, it should take the trade. But 2 or 3, I don't know what the default is. So, but you should watch the video, okay? Yeah, I've not, you know, I talked about the CENX. I did not post it, but I talked about it at length. The CENX. Also said that I am not going to swing it because it has earnings after hours. But we talked about the CENX. I said CENX so strong. Aluminum was strong. It was over 10. Sorry, CENX. It had broken out through here. I can't tell people to take the trades, you know, but I can only point out the opportunities. But again, I will not hold this. I was seriously considering swinging it, but I will not because it has earnings after hours. Okay, what is the market? Market is doing zip. Absolutely zip. Just kind of hanging in, doing nothing. Flat. All the indices are up. I'm actually seeing more fades So what have you been doing for 3 years? No, no, no. I got out of AVTR. I think I held it one day. That was it. Still interested, but it's spotty trading. It's very spotty trading. Yeah, I don't backtest at all, WB. So that's a quick answer. And there's no such thing. Which one was always at the top? That's the whole issue of backtesting. There's no such thing as always at the top. That's what our backtester. It's always using the latest market data, and what worked really well one week could be a real dog the next week. There's just no such thing as always at the top. But I haven't backtested in years. There's no two reasons. First of all, well, I've got the AI does the backtesting for me. Okay, but the second, the more important, backtesting takes a lot of time. It's painstaking. You've got to, first of all, try to come up with something that might look decent. Then you backtest it. Then you've got to play around with the filters, the filter values, try to optimize it. I mean, if you got all the time in the world and you enjoy doing that sort of stuff, it can be a lot of fun. I mean, I used to do it when I had a lot more time, but doing this 6-7 hours a day, the last thing I want to do is spend another 2 or 3 hours backtesting. So that's why I don't do it. SDC, well, you're kind of interesting. This is a real checkered one, I mean, lots of interesting news about this one. Back here, or here actually. When does it have earnings? August the 12th. So what Real is doing, let me just draw the fibs there. See if it's going to be about the same. I do recall somebody talking about IPDN, and I guess it was you, wasn't it? Yeah, low float, 3.8 million in the float. Really nothing in the pre-market. I just had a few more questions to start the day than I normally have, so couldn't really concentrate on. Just took that one trade, rather gentle, but I'm definitely not holding it. Well, of course, it took the trade in the pre-market that kind of set the tone for me, but. All right, this is an earnings play, CDNA. Pretty good here. I mean, it's coming into, let's see, on that monthly chart, the next high, 38.48. So that's $1 away. Looking at the high right there in that monthly chart. Yeah, USEG. USEG. I don't know if I mentioned this. I scratched it down. Yeah, it was a big mover in the pre-market, but really not done too much. It's one of these crazy, whether that's 600,000 in the float, 600,000 shares is, really completely accurate. Whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Pitney Bowes, guys, has had what the tremendous day 3 days ago. Kind of paused yesterday. PBI, it's a big float, but what a move it had that day. It just kept inching higher and higher and higher all day long. Well, you know what's starting to outperform CENX is ARNC, guys. I mean, this does not... Oh, this has earnings August the 6th. It says during market hours. I just don't believe that. I'm going to... Let me just see something here. Time is it? Boy, the morning is flown by. Boy, this one, this ARNC, guys. If aluminum remains really, really hot, I mean, if it takes out 20, I mean, look at the room. It still has. Yeah, you can trade pre-market. It just you have to go in. You cannot go in at market. You have to go in at a set price. We'll call limit. Okay, you have to go in at a price. You can't go in at the market. That's the only thing pre and post. And that's basically the true with I believe every single brokerage platform out there, including our simulator. So you just have to pick a price to take the trade and see if you get a fill. Now, I haven't taken any trades yet. MOS, yeah, nice continuation. It broke through the 200. I remember this now. Real was talking about this one yesterday. It did break through the 200-day and then it fell all the way back down, but now it's through the 200-day and this, wow, this looks interesting. It's a big float. So you cannot go in at market price. You can't pick market. Okay, you have to pick a price. Okay, you cannot go in at market price. You have to pick a price. A lot of times you'll see, like for instance, right now, if you wanted to take this trade and get an immediate fill, you'd have to, 1642, 1641, you're always going in at the ask. Sometimes though, you'll see pre-market and you'll have huge spreads. So that's why I think it's trying to protect you from going in at market. And there's some games played also in the pre-market maybe. So they force you to pick a price that you're going to take the trade. I knew you're going to... This is Interactive Brokers. All brokers have something like this. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from Interactive Brokers. It's a time and sales. All brokers have something like that, okay? Whoa, look at C-Spine Holdings. Holy smokes, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. August 4th, post-market, zero reaction to it. Look at this. I don't think I've ever really seen this one before. Look at this move, guys. Had zero action in the pre-market. Zero action after hours. And yeah, I thought so. I thought this would get halted. SPNE just got halted. Wow, Sorrento? Any particular reason why there's a wow? I thought maybe it had really popped up or something. Other than the fact that it is up, yes. Yeah, it does have shorts for me too. Let's see how many just for fun. Oh, lots of shorts. Almost a million. Almost a mil. Oh, I see. Looking at the daily. Okay. Just give me a moment here, guys. All right, here was one I talked about. Is it on the way? Wow, look at this one, guys. I talked about this Keytronic. Look at the volume that's just coming in. I mean, it's not trading that much yet, but look at the volume that's come in. It's an earnings play, KTCC. Might have run away too much. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's run too much. Son of a gun. Mentioned this in the pre-market, and it really didn't get going until. I mean, but look at the volume that just came in. Popped from 1022, and it just got halted. Oh, I see. So you're Larissa. You're not talking about Sorrento. You're talking about SPNE, not SRNE. So I don't know how easy it would have been to get this one at 9. It was the alert at 9. Oh, what a great call, Goods. I mean, man, oh man. I mean, this still has, in theory, has a little bit of room left. There's a 200-day moving average. It's challenge. Okay, it is not. I don't know what this. We don't have it listed here. That blue line is here, or green line is there. That indicates the 200, but for whatever reason, we don't have it listed. So I'm not sure what's going on. All right, sorry guys. Answering an email. All right, did spine open? Yes, it resumed. And what happened? Wow. Okay, the big drop. I don't know if William was able to get some, but it looks like this could get halted on the way down. It's 10:30, 10:31. Okay, just give me one more minute. Paradox alert. Yes, Paradox showed up yesterday as a post. He says he lurks, which is great. All right, everybody. First of all, if you are new to Trade Ideas or new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can have them in one of two ways. If you click on the Scans tab within the trading room, Scans, here are all the scans. Maybe an easier way, though, is if you click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You'll see all the links there with the description. And if you see something you like, all you have to do is copy the link. And once you've copied the link, File, Load from Cloud, and that link will appear right in here, and then just load it. Now, as always, consider everything, all those scans are like templates. Okay, this is how I like to see the stocks, but you may have a different idea. So for instance, my basic new highs and lows. So all you have to do is, once you have a scan loaded, just right click it, configure, and click on the summary. So you'll see the filters that I am using. So for instance, I've got I'm only looking at stocks between 1 and 20. You may have a completely different idea. Maybe you want to see stocks between, $50 and $200. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you want to do, you can just make the change. You might want to have a less minimum volume or more minimum volume. Just things like that, okay? So once you have made some changes, you don't have to, but if you make some changes, then you would say, okay, and now you've basically kind of turned my template into something that's a little more customized to your trading style. And then always, always remember, save your work, save your layout, save your individual windows to the cloud. Very simple to do. Once you've got your window, just right click, where it says save or share to cloud, click on that, and then save. So now it's in the cloud, and save your entire layout to the cloud. Why that's important? For a few reasons. Trade Ideas can be loaded on as many devices as you want. So obviously, I'm using a desktop right now, but I've got a laptop, I've got a tablet. So you can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have one device loaded at a time, but let's just say I have it on my tablet, and all I have to do then is access on the tablet the web-based version of Trade Ideas, and then load my layout from the cloud. It's in the cloud. I don't have to recreate everything for each device. You've saved everything into the cloud. I'm sure, the cloud concept is pretty common now, so that's how that works. The other big reason to do it is if, let's just say, you have it on your desktop and you haven't saved anything and your desktop crashes, explodes or something like that. And you need a new computer, you've got to reformat or whatever. Well, as long as you've saved everything to the cloud, it doesn't, you can always just have to download a program again and then bring everything back from the cloud. So that's why you should save things to the cloud. Why save individual windows to the cloud? One of the reasons is that you see these windows that I'm using right now, but there could come a time where I might say, you know what, I don't like this anymore for whatever reason, the basic new highs and lows, for whatever reason. Don't find it's maybe it's just not giving me what I'm looking for. So I could take a look at some of the scans that I've created in the past, bring them up and say, kind of like this one now. All right, and then incorporate that as part of my layout. So that's why it's always a good idea to save individual windows to the cloud. You can always take a look. You might not be using it for a year or 2 years, but maybe on a weekend you take a look at it and say, it's giving some interesting alerts when I run a history on it. So now let's talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. UAVS, so that was the reason for the halt. Announcing look at this KTCC. So that was popped up, came right back down after the been a bit choppy though. I call this choppy. I guess in the overall scheme of things, maybe not. But back at 50 for LRN, one of the bigger education stocks, online education. All right, guys. So now let's talk a little bit about our subscriptions. You want to take, I say it all the time now, want to take part in all the fun we have every day. All right, so if you click on the subscription link right there, first of all, there's a promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So let's just take a look and see what Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. So we have the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The reason why you would be getting premium is because you want access to our AI Holly, okay? That's the main reason. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. You can, the back tester is available to you. You can take a strategy and back test it. You have 20 charts instead of 10, but the main reason is because you want the AI. You don't have to start off with an annual plan or even a premium plan. You can just give us a try for a month. Standard monthly. There it is, $118 a month. Let me get this up. These pop-ups drive me crazy. There we go. There's a standard monthly, $118 a month, less 15%. Remember, the discount's only good for the first month, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If these are just month to month, there's not really a contract. You can get out of any time. But if you do want to upgrade, and you do, it will honor the 15%. Now let me talk about the links that we have. The links are also downloadable, okay? And that'll go to a Word document, so you can take a look at them later. So I've gone over the subscription pricing. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it's really done too much, this one. It triggered, I think it was 73.06, so it's a little bit above the price, but it really hasn't done too much. But this was the trade of the week, LEN. Brokerage Plus intro. Now, I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account, or if you want to use the simulator and try out auto trading, either your own strategy or the AI, watch this video, the Brokerage Plus intro. So because you can use this in one of 2 ways, as a paper trading module, simulated trading, which I absolutely recommend before you commit real money to the market. Or if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this to trade your account. But you have to watch that video, Brokerage Plus intro. I do a daily video between about 105 and 125 every day. I am going to talk the lessons and the training really good links to have. So I'm going to pop them into the room. All right, so here are, let me just click on the first one here, the 20 short lessons. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, absolutely recommend you watch these. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can get an idea about what are some of the features that we do have. All right, but you know, what is a top list? What is a top list? What is an alert window, etc. Okay, these are very quick lessons. I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. You can of course go at your own pace. You can probably go through all these in a weekend easily. The other training link, TI Training, it also has that 20 lessons in 20 days. TI University, a lot of interesting videos there, and this is a very cool one, brand new to the market, completely brand new. A great little video series for those of you who are just beginning, have never traded before. It's a great series right here. We also have 4 webinars a week at 5 o'clock. Today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I attend. I help out. This is Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And this is the one I help out on. You can register for them all. They're all free, and they're all archived, so you don't have to watch them live. And what else? Next test drive. I'll pop on this because we get this question quite a bit now. If you click on that link. So I don't know when the next test drive is going to be. It doesn't look like it might not even be this year. It's definitely not going to be in August. If it had been in August, it would. Typically we're running them every 3 months, but I don't know if we're going to run one for the balance of the year. The test drive was for $8.99. We'd give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. But if you do fill this out, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to be and how to sign up for it. Okay? And now I will talk a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. So the links for today's webinar is, well, they're right here in the links. So if you click on links and then click on that, the training link, okay, that training link right there, and just scroll down on that training link till you get to the webinars, and here's how you can register for them all. Okay? I know I'm missing some great trades. All right. I want to talk now about the AI. So this is what the AI is all about. If we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, they get optimized every day. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on the optimization routine. The routine basically looks at all of the filters that are in a strategy, maybe make some changes to the filter values. For instance, might change a price range from whatever to whatever, okay? Maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. This is this is a really, it takes a lot of time. Even to do one would take, as a human being would take a lot of time. But obviously you need a computer to go through 50. So once that routine is over, and that's what happened last night after the market closed, these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Okay. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because again, the AI runs through the routine based on today's market data. I put an alert for this one. Ah, right. This is right at the highs here, guys. So this is an earnings play. This still has some room. EXTR, just pointing it out to you. So if you have the AI, this is what I would recommend you do. Is from the toolbar, you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up. You can then incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to do it every day. Yeah, and make sure you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay, which is going to be something like 8.4.2 point, I don't know, 5, 6 something or other, okay? Because it has to say all right there as opposed to Grail. If when you load this and it says Grail, then you have to have a later version. And then you'll see all of the alerts as they come in. And as I say, manage them as you see fit. You have the alert price, and then you have a stop. Unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Look at the SPY. Yes, it is just, as you say, $7 away from that high right there. Unbelievable. What's even more unbelievable, though, are the Qs. I mean, the SPY is lagging the Qs because here's, there's the drop, which was very similar to the SPY, of course. And look at the Qs, all the tech stocks. Look at this. All right, I do want to go over Brokerage Plus now. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, again, this is only available. Yeah, I know, it's the reverse, PJ. Crazy, isn't it? Well, actually, I would have said elevator up almost. Almost. But anyway, click on New. Again, Brokerage Plus is only available in the app. It's not available if you're using the web-based version. Excuse me. So click on New, Brokerage Plus, and here's your Brokerage Plus window. Use it in one of two ways. If you do want to trade your account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, I know we're looking to add others. Don't ask me when that's going to happen. I've been hearing about it for months. So when it happens, it happens. But if you do want to trade your account, you need an Interactive Brokers account, and you can trade your account using the Brokerage Plus window. So why would you want to do that? First, I do want to pop the Brokerage Plus, the video. Okay, so why would you want to use this to trade your Interactive Brokers account? You can do some pretty cool things. You can set up what we call one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So it's not quite auto trading, but once you get an alert, you can just pick how you want to trade it. You set these up. You have to watch that video to show you how you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. And this is what we call one-click trading. And it's all part of the standard service. The only time you need our premium service is if you want to auto trade anything, either your own alert window that you create, or you want to auto trade the AI, okay? Otherwise, everything is part of the standard service. Now, you can also use it this way, which I'm going to demonstrate as a paper trader, simulated trading. I know you guys are probably tired of my always saying this, but until you trade real money in the market, practice trading, okay? Practice trading. So here's how easy it is to do it. So you'll notice when I click on an alert, all right, the symbol shows up. I clicked on DVN, the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares and this is the most manual way to do this, okay? But you can pick how many shares you want. You can pick the price you want to go in at. And then you can, if you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. So let's take Devon, just, practice it. There's some room, I guess. So let's take a couple hundred shares. All right. And I'll go in at the market because I'm looking at the spread and it's only a penny. So I can buy, no problem buying right at the market, and this is what I'm talking about, the spread. You're not, there's the bid, there's the ask, there's only a penny difference. So going in at the market is not a big deal. All right, so you see it took the trade. Entry was 12.11. Right now it's at 12.09. Now I can put a stop in. Now, of course, I always say this, before every trade you should have a stop. So if I put a stop, say at the low of that 15-minute candle, just as an example, I would not, maybe do it here. That's the same. Looks like there's decent support here. Me personally, if I were truly in this trade, I wouldn't let it go down below 12, but let's just put a stop here, 11.88. I'm looking at the chart. So now I can just click, add a stop order, 11.88, and you will see it show up right in the chart. Oops. You'll see it show up right in the chart. You will see it show up. So you can see right here, there it is. See it on all the time frames, but it's clear right there. So if we allow this trade to go down to 11.88, it would take me out at $46. Meanwhile, ZAG, what is ZAG doing? Boy, there's so much action, guys. It's incredible. So now you just manage the trade. I mean, if you don't have to let it stop out. If you don't like the way it's trading, you can, of course, manually get out of the trade right here by flattening. Flatten gets you out of a trade. This gets you out of half. This doubles your trade. Or, if you wanted to, you could move right on the chart. You could start moving this up and down. So I usually say you can use this like a trailing stop. Say the trade really starts working well, you can start using this as a trailing stop, putting it in positions on the chart that make sense, where there is a support area. And if it broke down through that support area, you should probably get out of the trade. Now you can also put in a target order. So if I wanted to say put 12.50 as a target. Lumber Liquidators is just tanking here, guys. LL. What's happening here? LL. This is a great break. I think Larissa or somebody mentioned this one. And it's an earnings play. See, market hours. Now, you'll notice, in fact, that I get stopped out. There's my stop price is $11.91, and now I can move it if I want. It almost got there. Didn't quite take me out. If it had taken me out of the trade, you would see this there. It just took me out of the trade. Okay? See how that worked? So out of the trade, $41. But this is how that works. Now I could have moved it. In fact, I had it down a little bit below that. But for me, looking at that trade, if I'd been in it for real, the minute it started to get down below 12, I would have been out. I can always get back in. It was you, Mamie. Mamie, I knew it was somebody. I'm always amazed that ZAG is still around. They had a great little business model years and years ago. I'm surprised they're still around though. You know, these are the guys that put the screen protectors. They used to be in kiosks all over the place. Yeah, so Rick, you know I can't make any recommendations like that. It'll have to be up to you. All I can say is that there is resistance here, 1977. The other thing is, I personally, I think this is probably pre-market tomorrow. Okay, it says market hours. I'm getting Brad to make a change to this. There are very, very few companies that release during market hours, and I'm noticing, for whatever reason, our new provider is saying things like market hours, which, if you know how we used to designate that, it was point 0.5. I cannot believe that this, big company, big U.S. company is releasing during market hours. So this is probably pre-market, just like LL. LL, I'm sure this is an earnings release now, not. Anyway, so that is my point. I never hold through earnings, but listen, this is what I don't want to happen. You're going to hear me say that, and then all of a sudden they come up with blowout earnings, and the stock's at 25 tomorrow. So, that's just me. That's just the way I trade. I never hold anything through earnings. If you have Ollie on, yeah, there's a stop. There's always a stop. Either the actual stop price or a reason to get out. It could be a time exit. It could be a profit save. A lot of different reasons why Holly gets out of the trade. And it's all automatic. If you're letting it run automatically, it just does. It's going to get out of the trade automatically. But it's not just if it gets stopped out. I mean, there are a lot of other reasons. Every one of these strategies. Where's Holly? Every one of these strategies has a hold period. It could be 30 minutes, could be 45 minutes, could be 60 minutes. Yeah, I personally never hold through earnings. I don't care what I read. You can go to a lot of different websites saying, oh, they're going to have blowout earnings. I just don't want to gamble. Yeah, if you go to the positions tab, yeah, then it's still on, yes. If it hasn't exited, then it's still on. There are only, in the AI right now, out of 1, 2, 3, so it's still in 3 trades and it's exited 3 trades. And look at Sorrento even. Went long and it's actually down, so. All right, well, let me see if I can kind of resume taking a look at some of the interesting looks that we're having right here. So, again, the Cenex is the only thing I took. And I'm going to reiterate, not holding it because it has earnings. Even though it looks awesome, people are thinking this is going to have nice looking earnings release, but I'm just not going to do it. Give me a moment here. Yeah, absolutely. There are 3 shorts right there. The first one was awesome. The glue short was awesome, but you had to take profit or you had to get out. You couldn't let that turn into a loss. All right, so I had a question about how to make the chart candle bigger. So Sanjay, can you hear me? And others might want to know that also. It's a question that gets asked a lot. So Sanjay, just want to make sure you can hear me and see the screen as I'm going to demonstrate. Okay, so go to the chart, left click on the chart so it's the active chart, okay, and then just Control key down on your keyboard, press the Control key down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. So make sure that just keep the Control key pressed down, and then just use your scroll wheel and scroll in and out. And that's how you, well, can scroll in and out, okay? Yeah, so if you're looking at daily, monthly, weekly charts, and you see a little buy arrow or something like that, or a sell arrow, those are previous AI alerts. Look at this one, Modine, M-O-D, Mod. What a run it's had, but through the 200-day moving average. Okay, just a minute, please. It takes out 7, guys. This has some room. Just one moment, please. I picked the wrong aluminum play. I mean, this ARNC has just been spectacular. Actually, maybe, yeah, no, it's been spectacular. I mean, it hasn't, Cenex has been good, but not quite as good as it's kind of resting here. Had a great pop, but ARNC has just been cruise control. Look at this 15 now. Be careful. I mean, as it gets closer to the whole number, and it gets closer, what is that right there? So that's 1969. So that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Now, I always think that, the 19, any whole number, could stop it for a bit, and certainly this could easily stop it for a bit. So if you're in this one, just be aware of those areas. I mean, the Cenex is okay, but this is better. That's all. Though I have to wonder, because this is double the price, maybe on a percentage basis it would be about the same. Isaiah. Oh yeah, Isaiah. Wow, a big pop, yes. So it's not showing up here because the count, even though it's had this big pop, it has not made 60 new highs. So this makes sense. It's 140 to 170. By the way, the Dreamer, you dropped this down to 49, I think, right? The count to 49. Are you finding any big difference? I mean, you obviously get more alerts, but are you finding that the alerts are still good and there's still a decent number of them that are trending? Okay. And it was 49, right? How did I remember that? I have no idea. MOD, boy. Yeah, I saw PEX earlier. PEIX, I saw it. I'm seeing Neptune, Neophotonics, just really giving it up after a great day a couple of days ago. Looked like it was, now is it an earnings play? Yeah, August 4th post market. Again, there you go. There's the earnings after hours, and I'll look at it. Well, maybe I'll switch it. I mean, there's no magic about 60. You know, I just thought maybe it's 60, especially early on. But I will say this, guys. I'm going to start looking at this one at 12:30, right when I get back from my break. I had it at 1:15 or 1. I think I changed it to 1. I'm going to start looking at this at 12:30, and it only has a 30 count on it. So I'm going to see what happens. You cannot have two B plus windows open at the same time. So unfortunately, you can't do that, FM. But you do bring up an interesting point. You can use this as a swing trading module also, okay? If you don't get out of a trade, if you're using the simulator, you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it carries over the next day and, you know, for as long as you want. Just understanding that you start off with $100,000 in the simulator, so of course it you won't have access to $100,000 every day. Yeah, I think I answered that. Shorts, yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's short or long. Well, that's the other thing. It doesn't know whether you know, obviously if you're, you know, in simulation mode, it won't know whether or not the stock is shortable in simulation mode, okay? Everybody's it won't know that. But if you were trading if you were, you know, trading using IB, of course, you know, if it tried to short something that wasn't available in IB, it won't take the trade. But in the simulator, it'll take the trade no matter what. Because it doesn't know. It's not looking at any brokerage account. It's just looking at our live data. Okay, so it's not peeking into IB. No, guys, if PEIX takes out that high of 2 days ago at 241, it has a little bit of room to 279. So, guys, I've really had a lot more questions today than I normally seem to have. So, I haven't really been able to concentrate on, there's just been some fantastic alerts. But other than look, in fact, guys, the PEIX is a red bar ignored. PEIX is a red bar ignored. Look at this trend right there, and that would have been the trigger about 238. I, I think that you probably, if you're going to take this trade, I don't know why that happens. Well, it's above the high now, 241. It's right at that high of 2 days ago. That's a red bar ignored right there. So if you're not unsure what I'm talking about, if this really works, the only problem I got with it is it might stall right around 280, which it's not that far away. On a percentage basis, it'd be awesome if you took it now and got up to 280. I mean, of course, you wouldn't be complaining. But this is what we're talking about. There's a trend, a great trend. And then you get a red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Then the next candle is green above the high of the red candle. And if it continues on, I mean so the theory is that this could be just the pause in the trend and the trend will continue. That's the theory. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. No, no, no. See, listen, I shouldn't say it like that. The only reason I even mention, the trading aspect is because I do get emails and saying, "How come you don't trade more?" And I'm wanting to see what you're taking and what you're doing. Well, I'm sort of tugged in a few directions. I mean, I will take a couple of trades a day, 2 or 3 trades a day. I could take maybe more if I weren't as distracted, but that's part of the deal. I mean, so don't worry about it. This is not a room in which I'm going to tell people to buy and sell all day long. Try to. Well, I tried to actually get it. It's be chase mode, but I tried to get it. I couldn't get it. Tried to get mod. Tried to get it at 703. It may pull back though, so this would have been a quick scalp because I don't believe in chasing, of course. But I thought, okay, just over the whole number. But I didn't. I didn't get the trade. Really, a lot of shorts available. I was, I should be short this one. I should be short SRNEA, but there are a lot of shorts, almost 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Well, just has to clear this, but PEIX does not have a lot of room. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were more, if that weren't here, for way up here. But I mean, it still might pop. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert around 244. A couple other things though. 250 stocks under $5 have a tendency to stall at the 50-cent level. And I'm not saying it's going to happen for sure, but tendency is to stall at the 50-cent level for stocks under $5. Kind of like most stocks stall at the whole number, and it's just psychological. RST. Oh, Rosetta Stone. Is it moving? Yeah, it's starting to move. Well, why not? I mean, look, I'll stick an alert up here. I don't mind giving away $1 for something that really has no resistance. Okay, so ICAD is, the question is, do I like it over 11? It's a very choppy weekly, but it is an earnings play, so it's having a great day, but it doesn't trade very much. So are you talking about swinging it? I mean, this is the only, I mean, listen, it doesn't trade very much. I mean, it's earnings and it's only traded a couple 100,000, only has 20 million in the float. So it's a very light trader at the best of times. I mean, typically a stock that is maybe a light trader, the day it has earnings, usually, there's a bit of a volume explosion. I mean, I know it is three times normal, but I don't know. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I don't know what to say about ICAD. I wish the volume were a lot more. That's all. All right, guys. Mod is resting just a little bit here, so this might get. But the spread is actually the spread's not bad. It's only 2 cents. Look at all the activity. Man, oh man, oh man. Look at WKEY. Holy smokes. This could get halted. Okay, guys, I'll be back in what time is it? 11:18. I'll be back at about 11:25. All right, guys, I'm now back, and wow, look at Mara. Oh, wow, this is again, if I'm ever thinking about swinging one of these crazy little ones, taking advantage of crypto. You can't, JBacks. We start getting our data 1 a.m. We start getting our data at 4 a.m. Pacific time, 7 a.m. Eastern time. So you can't. Okay, Samantha, what do all the lines through the charts mean? So what lines exactly are you talking about? Like the dotted lines? Or are you talking about when you see sometimes you'll see a lot of horizontal lines on my charts sometimes. So what lines exactly are you talking about? So Samantha, can you hear me? Okay, red, orange, and blue. Okay, so that like a dotted line, a red dotted line as an example. Every time you click on an alert, as an example, if you click on an alert, it has to be real time. So a real time alert, let me see, get a real time alert. There's automatically placed a suggested stop. That would be the dotted line, the red dotted line. A suggested stop, okay? That would be the red dotted line or the orange dotted line. Perhaps it looks more orange. If it's a red line, a red line, if you click on an alert, a real-time alert, and it's at a new high, that red line is showing you where the next high is on the daily chart. You just have to find one. Problem is that I'm not. And then the dotted line also on a daily chart will be a swing exit. So if you were going to swing something, again, just suggestion. I mean, be honest with you, I don't pay any attention to them. I mean, why is a swing exit a 20-day low? There's no real reason for that, but that's where it is. A blue line would be a target. That or a green line, that green, it's hard to see the green dotted line, but it says profit target as an example, okay? Again, nothing highly scientific. If you can see on my, if you can see on the Mara, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but these are just sort of guides. I used to see TA a lot. On the way down, it's actually having a nice rebound. Nice rebound. I was watching this one for a long time. Every day it was going down that week, continued down the following week, but it's obviously put in a bit of obviously a bottom down here at 11, and it's a nice daily break. It's not an earnings play. Great daily break though. Yeah. So, for instance, again, Samantha, it might be hard to see, but if the alert, I had a real-time alert for TA, and I clicked on it. So there, that little red dotted line would be a suggested stop. Up here, you can't see it. It's you need a higher time frame, but that blue area, that shaded blue area, would be a suggested target. But listen, the target is only double the stop. So in other words, if the stop was 25 cents away, then the target would be 50 cents above the price. So I mean, again, nothing really scientific. It's just a guide. And you can see the shading as you get closer and closer to the potential target. that blue starts to get darker and darker. And down here, the red starts to get darker and darker as you start approaching that stop. Nothing to understand, AJ. There's nothing to understand about shorting stocks. Just think about if when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, there's really the only trick is whether or not your broker will have shorts for you to short. There's always stock if you want to go long, like buy it. But there's, other than that, there's nothing really magical about it. I know people get really nervous about shorting and because they've heard, oh my gosh, you can lose infinity. It could go from 2 to a million. Whereas if you go long at 2, the most you can lose is $2. Yeah, I disagree. You can lose more. I mean, yeah, in theory, okay? In theory. You do have a finite number if you go long something and it goes to 0, yes. But I mean, the number of times, I wouldn't be holding, depends what you're shorting. I mean, if you're shorting something that's got lots of liquidity during the day and you have a stop, just like if you're buying something, you have to have a stop. No different. No different. No suggestions, Sprint. You're going to either have to, I'm sure you've watched the video. You might have to send your log file, when you click on help and then send files to support. They might take a look to see what's happening. Other than that, I have no suggestions. What strategy is TA referring to? I don't understand the question. TA is a symbol, Travel Centers of America. I don't understand the question. No, BFRA, yeah, BFRA is being halted many, many times. You're going to have to forget it. I mean, I don't, is this one of these? No, it's pharmaceutical. I thought it might have been one of these. I have no idea. I mean, this is just crazy. Not even trading that much for entertainment purposes only, yes. Well, I will give you, I don't know if it's the best way, but I'll show you how I do it. So this is for Ray and anybody else. This is what I do in the pre-market. Those are the 4 scans that I use. Gap up, gap down, pre-market, up and down. That's what I use. Is this platform the same as, I don't know what TTG is. So I can't answer that. I would say no, but I don't know what TTG is. I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. New Photonics continues down. Well, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning, Ray. Okay, 7 Eastern. So that'll run from 7 to 7 basically, Eastern time. Okay. But you can, I use the top list windows all weekend, looking for things that might be setting up for the following week. Market's not open, of course, but it doesn't really matter. If you have to like looking at charts, but oh, okay, a true trade. Never heard that before. Never heard that or seen that acronym. Well, I mean, I don't know if you call this a true trading room. I mean, it's a trading room. It's a trade ideas trading room. You know, so I'm going to call it a true trading room. But with a bit of a difference, I mean, I'm also trying to show people how to use our program called Trade Ideas all day long. So, but there are a lot of traders in this room. It's the real trading room, yes. Boy, MLL just, Mamie, where were you shorting this? Yeah, well, the trading room is free, so I mean, people, even if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can see this. I demonstrate how you can use Trade Ideas. All these scans I share. They're right here. The easiest way probably is clicking on the Room Drive, right there, that Room Drive icon, and scans that I share, download. Then you can take a look at them all. You can kind of pick and choose what might be of interest to you. And all you have to do is you copy the link. It goes to a Word document. Just copy the link. When the link is copied from the toolbar, you just click on File, Load from Cloud, and then the link will appear here. Then you can load it. I love the quick questions. Well, I just use this. I mean, we have our news source right there. I just use this. AJ. So that's all I do. Now, that's just analysts' opinions about where they think a stock is going, Ray. Okay, I mean it's not that I act. It's kind of newsy information. The only time I really sit up and take notice, I suppose, well, a couple of times, or a couple of reasons. If I see the same stock with multiple upgrades or downgrades, I'll want to take a look at that. Or if Goldman, for instance, if Goldman puts a strong, a conviction buy or sell on something, I'll usually take a look at it. But it's not that I put them there that therefore if it's an upgrade, therefore take the trade because it's going up. Okay, so you're talking about the trading room itself. Okay, this is yeah, I mean this is a third party. This is a third party trading room, pro trading room. Okay, I mean there are other groups that use this. I think he's got, I don't know how many customers he's got. We're just one of his customers using the Pro Trading Room. We used to use Novia, but we switched quite a while ago now, probably a year and a half ago. Well, you're already in the room, Ray. This is the okay. The Pro Trading Room is just the name of this of the program that we use. You know that you're in. Okay, it's not our room. And when I say not our room, it's not our program. It's not a Trade Ideas program. The program that the trading room is just called the Pro Trading Room. That's the software that we're using. So you're already in it. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's just but the developer of the room, he sells this concept, this format of trading of a trading room to many other trading groups, as now I understand what a TTG is. Yeah, I don't see any. I see no news. Last news I see is June 30th for LL. All right, so the stop loss is again. I'm getting awfully tired of saying. I don't mean to you, but I mean one day I'd like to see us come up with a more, as I call it, more scientific stop loss. A lot of the stop losses are just 25 cents away. The theory being is the stop loss should take into account the stock's volatility and the high and the low of the day, feed these numbers into the system and generate a stop loss. So they're not all 25 cents, okay? But a lot of them are 25 cents. The target is just double it. So, I mean, if the stop was 25 cents away, then the target is just double at 50 cents, okay? So the profit line is again nothing really scientific, but it's just double whatever that stop is. Yeah, I mean the BFRA. I mean it's every now and then, every once a month anyway, we get one of these crazy ones. What was one of that Liberty stock, LB something or other, that was doing the same sort of thing? All right, guys. Well, very inactive for me. I'm still holding the Cenex, not overnight. It's just basing here. My only hope is that it bases and then pops through, give me some volume, pop through, and then I can maybe as a nice steady rise until the end of the day, and then I'll sell it just before the market closes. Al, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Your TI dialogue. Stay up on trade. I don't know how to answer that question. Stay up on Thinkorswim. I just don't know how to answer that. I don't have Thinkorswim, so I'm not sure how to answer that question. You might want to go to our homepage. Maybe one of our techs has a better idea of what you're actually talking about, and they might be able to help you. I can't. You can start a live chat at our homepage. Right here. No, I was waiting for that little break. So basically 1022 for the Cenex. I was waiting on that break. That was where my price alert was, and that's where I was able to take it. So, I mean, it's not spectacular, but I didn't actually realize until afterwards that it has earnings. All right, guys. Well, actually, my break is coming up in about a little over 5 minutes, so I'm in another fast morning. All right, Triumph, TGI. This is an earnings play, August 4th, post-market. So there it is, post-market. Sorry, post-market yesterday. Not really any kind of reaction, no reaction, just chopping around. Again, if you're unfamiliar, that mauve area right there on our charts, that's after hours yesterday, post-market. Tan area, pre-market. Really nothing happening, but now it's starting to move a bit, TGI. All right. Oh, look at the volume that came in too. Look at the volume, guys. That is great volume for CENX. It's the biggest volume bar of the day. I mean, look at this. There's that 15-minute opening candle. It's already there, and this still has 12 minutes to close. No, you cannot do a search for symbol. No, you can't. No, there is no search like company search. No, if you start typing in it, it's not going to give you a list of company names that say start with the letter M. Be a nice ad, but we don't do that. This is not meant to be a full-blown charting program. I mean, it fits my purposes perfectly, but some people want a lot more information on their charts. I'm just not a big, wow. Sorry, guys. The CNX is really starting to, I wish it didn't have earnings. I would absolutely consider holding this. See, actually an opportunity to have got in right there too. All right, well, guys, I just took some out at 1071. I don't know if it's going to be able to get through that whole number. And that's the CENX. BFRA, well, I mean, look at the spread, 40, yeah, you can't trade it, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Hopefully it doesn't get halted. Well, it was 48.54. You cannot trade this. I mean, 48.55. You just can't trade it. So it's just as Cosman said, just entertainment purposes only. So somebody's going to say, well, why can't you trade it? Well, the only way, if you want to get into the trade immediately, you got to go in at the ask. So when you see a bid of $4, $5, $6 difference, your P&L is already going to show a big loss. Plus, it can drop just like that. So, I mean, they're trying to make it untradeable. I mean, there are people trading it, yes. Sometimes when nothing, it never slows down real. And now got halted on the way down. Okay, Alim, ALIM, that got halted on the way up. And now on the way down. All right, one moment, please. All right, let's see who's on today. If Michael's on today, you guys might want to. All right, guys, so just surprised I haven't had any questions on this no repeat and the highs and lows. So what happens here is you'll see TISI right there, 523. There was the first, well, I don't know if it was the first alert. I shouldn't say that. Was it? So the first alert would have been a little earlier at, quite a bit earlier, at 11:20. So there was the very first time that TISI was alerted. At 11:20, the price was 513. In this window, you'll see it every time it makes a new high. You know, you see every stock, all the stocks, as they make new highs. In this window, you'll see the very first time it was alerted. So why is that of interest to me anyway? I can now go back and say, okay, first time this was alerted, MOD, was at 11:02. The price was 687. What has it done since then? So, I mean, you can see that at one point it got up to 717. I mean, not terrible, but not fantastic, but it's still hanging around now, the original alert price. So maybe this is a pullback and maybe it'll set up again as an example. All right, so that's why I like the no repeat. You can kind of go back in time and what happened from that very first alert. Okay, so Sanjay, all you do, so you left click on the chart to make it the active chart and then just start typing. Just start typing and the change symbol should pop up. That box should, you just start typing. But you have to left click on the chart so that it knows this is the chart you want to start in. So left click and then just type and the change symbol should pop up. And then you can either click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. If that doesn't happen for some reason, and for some people, they have to do this, they left click and then hit the space bar on their keyboard and the box pops up. All right, guys, so you're in for a treat. Listen, any of you that are wanting to have a lot more information about Brokerage Plus, how to use Brokerage Plus and interactive brokers, the simulator, etc., okay, please, from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the YouTube feed, Michael will be there. And he is by far our expert in all of this. Okay, I'm going to put the YouTube link. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I run 2 feeds, and so from 12 to 1, Michael will be in the YouTube feed. I put the link in for you guys if you want. This is a great opportunity to, if you want to get a lot more information about Brokers Plus, trading your Interactive Broker account. Okay. And I'm going to stop streaming. Michael is streaming. You'll probably hear some music now in the YouTube feed. I'm going to stop streaming.
Where we stand, one suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along, past the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunsets, no regrets. First chance, last dance, stuck in the middle. Even bad guys, no good allowed. You taste so sweet, it hurts a little.
Okay guys, so if I'm doing this right, you should be able to hear me. Just gonna wait for the kind of natural stream lag to tell me. Okay, that seems like it's coming through all right. Loud and clear, awesome. So let's get the desktop up here, we go. Move that. That should be picking everything up for us there. All right, I see that. That's all good. All right, guys. So again, if you're new here, let me actually tweet this out. I don't tweet when I'm live out often. Just giving Barry a little lunch break there to recharge, grab something to eat, come back and make money into the close. And more importantly, we hang out for an hour each day just to support new clients or clients that are possibly just struggling to understand something, or they just need help with a certain part of the product. This is a great place to come and ask questions. And the more questions you ask, the less I have to waffle on about random stuff. So it's kind of win-win for everyone. There, I tweeted it out. All right, let me get the chat going here. Everything's working. Is everyone having a good time in this kind of boring market? We gapped up this morning, and we're right near where we gapped. So we're putting in a doji kind of spinning top here so far. This is a daily session. Question in there. So I see some questions coming in, and thank you very much. But yeah, so there's every day we kind of give Barry just 1 hour. So 1 hour between noon and 1, and we devote it entirely to just answering questions. So if you've got any about trade ideas, about trading, fire away. Just for a bit of who I am and what I do. I've been using trade ideas for 13, 14 years and been a trader that entire time, and have started consulting with them 2 years ago, I would say now. And I deal with a lot of the quantitative side. So I am an auto trader by trade. Basically, I just use technology and systems to enter and manage most of my orders. Basically, long story short, I found I was really good at kind of picking setups and doing all that, but the execution, not the best at. So I found a way to automate that away. And that kind of led to me, building auto trading systems and AI type stuff. And so a lot of the AI strategies you see I build, the improvements to the AI is what I work on, as well as Brokerage Plus. So we got a question from Bill. I've been using Brokerage Plus for a few days, and I'm having orders filling, especially on Smart Stops. So Bill, I think I just sent you an email in response to that with our setup video. So I did this video where I go step by step and I have everything connected. One thing I'll say, if you are having problems with stop orders, you may want to check with IB to make sure that essentially that you're allowed to put stops. Sometimes they put restrictions for sorry, how do I word this? But what they'll do is they'll block market and stop type orders, IB, sometimes, and you have to go and fill out a little document to say that you kind of understand the dangers of stop orders and market orders, and then they'll go. And if they email me, I've been with IB forever, I've been trading 12 years, and they email me once a month and say, hey, did you know market and stop orders are dangerous? And it's annoying, but you may need to contact them, because if orders are taking a long time to fill in IB, that may be a problem. That might be the same problem where if they're outside the money orders, they may be holding them, because we send IB an order from Brokerage Plus in, we're talking tenths of seconds, and then they take the order and then they fill it. So if they're blocking these orders in some way, that can cause some problems. So there is a tab within, and let me see if I can get this. There's a tab within IB called precautions in the setup tab. Make sure you have all of those ticked. Sometimes those precautions can kind of hold back orders. Basically, you need to give the system the permission to trade for you. And again, you can ask IB. If you bring in a specific order, it usually helps them as well, and say, hey, this order, I felt this particular one took a long time to fill. Can you tell me what's going on with this one order? And they're usually better than just, generalities. I don't know which questions to ask. Okay, so if you don't know which questions to ask, I would recommend taking our Trade Ideas University training right here. This is a 5-part series if you want to use the web version, but a 4-part series in which we walk through all the different scans, what's going, all of these different, basically with the different types of scans, how to set them up, how to use them. And then when you're done with that, you'll have more questions to ask, which will be great for the guys that are going to be on, because again, this goes every single day. And then at the same time, by the end of that training, you should be able to build whatever your written trading plan is into the scanner, so you can find more of the stocks that meet that plan. Check out my YouTube channel I posted above for private sessions, but we also have, let me see if I can find this link, Trade Ideas does have paid one-on-one type sessions for people who just really want a, here it is, they really want kind of, put that link there. They really just want, someone to sit down and talk them through something that they're struggling with. I always recommend those free courses that I put out. It's like 8 hours of education into the system, which is great. Trade is one of those systems you can start using right away if you just find a channel you like and you click on the channel and you're good to go. But there's just so much to it that you can get really, really deep, and that's how that educational Trade Ideas University is structured, and where it starts out with the one-on-one is all your basics, and then it starts to kind of dive into back testing and auto trading, that kind of thing in the future. The only problem I've had with Holly is when an order does not get filled, I miss out. Well, it's part of trading. Eric, the link's right above you, so if you just scroll up a bit, it says TIU, and then there's just a YouTube playlist link. You can grab it there. It's a great start, and then again, there'll be someone here an hour every day. So what I recommend is just like when you're learning anything, right? Go through the lectures and take notes, and if there's, I didn't understand this thing, or I didn't understand why the instructor did this, or I didn't understand where this is coming from, then just come on in and ask, and we can show you. But yeah, when you're missing out when a Holly alert, it's just part of trading, right? It's a shame, but there's just not enough liquidity for everybody, and some people are going to be faster or greedier with their orders than others, and then sometimes things will just move too quickly. It's just kind of the nature of it. Oh, SRNE. I had this when? Oh, I had this way back here. Damn. Oh well. That's another nature of trading, right? I was long SRNE back here around $5, and I believe I got out in here in the 7s. And then look at that. But again, it's part of trading. What is my name? My name is Michael. And on both YouTube and Twitter, I go by that handle Bonpara, and there's my YouTube channel. So on there, I do a lot of different trading and auto trading and AI driven type strategies. And then I have one series on there that if any of you guys are real new traders might be interested in, where I'm teaching my fiance, who we were, locked down like everyone else together. She's then gone back to work, but we used that time when we were locked down to, just learn a new skill. She was always interested in what I did. When you tell someone that you trade and you consult, it's really kind of a, it's an open-ended question. So she said, well, what are you doing actually looking at these squiggly lines all day? So it's kind of cool to teach her through that. So. Oh, yeah, I saw your ladies channel too, and that's great. I'll tell her that. More and more content to come. Video just got up yesterday. I don't even know if I've promoted that one, where we're testing about statistics, basically. Are the Holly alerts real time, or is there any delay? They are real time. As real time as you can get, right? There's always going to be delays in a sense of millisecond, but it's just, again, it's the nature of trading. But yeah, they're real time. So essentially what the AI does, just for the kind of 1,000-foot pitch, because I don't see a lot of questions, so maybe just general education. But what we do is, in Trade Ideas, we have the ability to backtest scenarios where we can say, okay, what would happen if this occurred, or if this occurred, and you held for a certain period of time. So call it the stock gapped on earnings and then broke out, or pulled back to a 200-day moving average or something like that. Kind of whatever you can think of, give or take, can kind of be built into the system with some work. And then you can backtest the way I'm doing here with this particular trade or this particular strategy, and it comes out with a result. And it says, okay, if you had traded this strategy over the last quarter or 3 months, here's what would have happened. Now, what we notice is that you can build great strategies yourself, but without the proper upkeep of them as the market changes, they all kind of start to degrade as the market changes and adapts over time. So what we did is we put together this AI that basically has, it's up to I think around 80 of these strategies in it. And then what happens is it backtests all of them every night and then optimizes all of them every night to come up with a whatever strategies are working in this current moment, because we notice that sometimes the strategies degrade, but then they come back later depending on right where the market is and that type of thing. So she's basically taking all of these strategies that we've built based off of all of the traders that you see within Trade Ideas, like Barry and Steve and Andy and myself, and then we said, okay, what is it that we like to do? And then we feed that into the AI, and then it says, okay, here's what works well, and then here's what's not working so well, and then let's just try to focus on the strategies that are working. And so today's a pretty choppy day, as I talked about in the SPY, right? We opened up here, we moved up for a little bit, and we came back down, and that's kind of a lot of what we're seeing in the trades as well, where they're working initially, and then they're coming back, like this one here. ATH got in around here, and then it had a nice little run, but then that pulled back. So things are kind of a little bit choppy right now. NK is something that I've kind of got an interesting look at, because we had this nice pullback into this area of support right here, and it looks like it might be putting in a little hammer candle. So I'm going to watch this to see if this is going to be a pullback for this really strong stock. I think this was a trade of the week at some point in here. Bring out my Epic pen so I can draw. But yeah, I think it was a trade of the week maybe in through here, and it got a nice little run out of it before pulling back. So I cannot share these 80 strategies. I can share the definitions that we have for the strategies, but the strategies are obviously proprietary. Ideas AI. Strategies defined. But yeah, we have a nice little page that, yeah, here it is, that will actually just list out the strategies so you can read about them and see which of those are kind of interesting to you. But they talk about all of the different strategies and which are long and which are short, and generally speaking what it is that they look for. So you could attempt to reproduce them. But the other thing is that if I share you an AI strategy today, it will be different tomorrow, because you got to remember it's going through every night and it's learning from this day's data, and then it's going through and it's saying, okay, well, this is what worked today and this is what didn't work today. So let me add that to my knowledge of back testing and then everything that I have, and then start to kind of build and iterate from there. So main two reasons I guess that we can't share. ACB, it's looking interesting here. Where is ACB? So we have this really long channel, this falling wedge that's happening here. And it just popped up on a scan that I have that's got a decent little win rate for optimization. So we're way down from the craze, the pot craze where pot and Bitcoin was flying, and then nice like pop off of $6, and then this kind of slow grind down. So I've been watching this one for a while for a turn higher, so I may need to pause for a second and go take a trade on this. These wedge patterns, they have a pretty decent, I think it's like a 62% or something to resolve before stop out. Is there a room where people that are experienced with trade ideas hang out? There sure is. Let me get you a link. You just got to sign in with your Trade Ideas account. And this room's free for everybody, whether or not you're a Trade Ideas subscriber or not. You can go chat there. Now, the content is going to be mostly the same. It's going to be, you're going to see the same screen that you're seeing here, and you're going to hear Barry the same way that you're hearing him here. There's just a little bit more interaction with the chat. And then there's some people in there who've been in there for years. I've seen the same names in there for probably 5 years plus of people that, a nice little community to trade together. Personally, I used to spend a lot of time in rooms, and I found they were very, very helpful for when I was learning, as long as it wasn't one of those guru rooms, right? I know everything, follow me. But if it was more of a collaborative environment, it's a great way to learn when you're starting. I don't recommend ever taking trades off, someone that you've seen in a room, but it's a great place to see what other people are doing and see if those are things that kind of mesh with your personality at all. Add that in there to be traded, maybe. And then, hopefully you take what you learn in the room and you add that to your trading plan, and then you're kind of autonomous from there. Kodak is kind of bouncing off. I don't generally like to trade these things, but it does look like it might be having some bottoming action in here, in my opinion, of course. But this is a crazy story for sure. I trade my account, not other people's opinions. Yep, and that's the way to treat it. But it's always good to go in and, if you see someone in there making a lot of good trades, it's always good to say, hey, what do you do? And I still do that. I get the kind of the privilege, I guess, when travel was a thing. Me and Sean McLaughlin, who also works at Trade Ideas, we would travel a lot to different conventions and things like that to meet different people. And I love to sit down and take someone who trades and just poke their brain and say, hey, what do you do? For a question there, do I trade a lot or just train? I am a trader. That's where the majority of still my focus is. I consult with Trade Ideas, but one thing that's great about Trade Ideas is that they like that their staff, I guess, or consultants, they like that I trade, because what I learn as I'm trading is things that I'll bring over into the AI. So that's where I think our advantage kind of really is that we're not a bunch of quants trying to beat the market with a quantitative type of system. What we are is a group of traders who have built a tool for traders, so that we can take advantage of it, right? We all trade, so we want the tool that's going to help make us more money in our trading. So then what happens is you just kind of get a general build of, something that a trader would want, because it's things that traders have requested. So, and then on the YouTube channel that I posted there, I have a lot of series where I show my trading, I show live trading. I do mostly swing trading now. I just like it better than day trading. I find it, as soon as you take that time restraint off, things get interesting. So what I do a lot of now is I have the system enter me a trade, and then from there I go through and I decide which of those day trades I'd like to keep, which of those day trades are interesting to me, and then hold those for swings. And I have a whole different set of rule around swings around them. Really, the two that I'm watching right now for swings is ACB, and then play as well. And one of the main reasons behind play here is just this massive short float. There's just the whole world's betting against this, and I generally like to see if I can take the other side of those people's bets, but it needs to get going, right? It's got an obvious area of resistance here right above here. So until we kind of break, I don't know, 14 or so, where exactly, yeah, 14. It's really not interesting to me. But if we get over 14, that's interesting. ACB, I showed that before, but if we get over this this wedge here, that's interesting to me as well. How long do I usually keep my swing? So I like to, not so much time, but different trailing stop metrics I think make the most sense. So again, on the channel, I have some where I break down, this is why I entered a swing, and then it cuts to like a couple days later, and this is why I exited apart, and then it cuts to another couple days later, and this is why I exited this thing. So what I do is I generally look for a certain amount of my risk. So I'm what they call an R trader, which means I don't really care about dollar amounts, win loss. It's all about how many times my risk did I make, and then that risk factor is what I'm looking to slowly build over time as my trades get bigger and bigger and bigger. So what I'll do is that when I get up, 1 to 2 times my risk, I'll take part of the position off there, and then develop some type of trailing stop metric. For the longest time, I've been using a close below this 8 EMA. Again, I don't think there's any magic in indicators. If there was, why would someone ever tell you what that indicator was? They would just keep that close to their chest. But it's just a good way to say, if you're short this stock in through here and then it closes above, then the direction may have changed. And as good a metric as any other. Some use SAR indicator, and some people use trend lines or volatility stops, and I would be willing to bet that over the long run, a lot of those metrics turn out to be about the same. But yeah, I've just completely removed time as an equation to my trading, and happier that I did it. The benefit of day trading is kind of the leverage that you can get. But outside of that, it's just better just to say, I'm going to hold this thing until it stops me out, or, possibly, continues to move, maybe an extreme move or something happens, and that would be a reason for exit. But I try to stay in the ones that are working as long as humanly possible, because I talk about this all the time, but I'm not one to ever say I'm insanely accurate, and I think that anyone who says they're 70, 80, 90% accurate is probably not truthful over the long run. But what separates the great traders from the losers, and this is the same thing that we see in NEO as well, so robots are not excluded from this, is that the whole 80-20 principle when it comes to holding your winners, right? So the AI isn't insanely accurate either, but what the AI does great is that manages risk, right? There's a stop for every single idea. There's a stop for every single trade. And as long as you have the ability to hold on to the ones that really go, then in the long run, it's all you need. I found indicators are a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people that use them, the more they work. That would be true. And then on the other side, you got to think there would be, if there is, example, an indicator called a 200 period moving average, and everybody knows that 200 period moving average is a moving support or resistance point or whatever, there will be 100% for sure predatory algorithms built around that concept, right? Where they're going to, they wouldn't let that stand, right? If there's something that works consistently, somebody will build an algorithm to take the other side of people's trades and force them out of that trade, right? So, that's my theory behind indicators. I think it's like anything else. It should be part of a trading plan. I don't believe that there's any indicator or just set of indicators alone that could be a trading plan. But I've seen people, for example, I know a guy who is a very successful trader who uses RSI divergences a lot, where it's modify. I think that default's 14. they who will use these RSI divergences, which essentially just means that if, let's just see if we can find one. And let's zoom in here. Yeah, like, so this, for example, would be an RSI divergence to him, right? Where, right, the RSI is making basically higher lows or equal lows in through here as the stock's making lower lows. So they will take that and then combine that with a bunch of other setups, right? It may be a 30-minute bar reversal, the fact that there's support here, maybe another moving average or trend line on the longer term chart. But, it's anyone uses an indicator that I know that uses them successfully, it's a additional step, right? And this may be another better illustration with the RSI pushing up and then price pushing lower here. But they wouldn't just enter that because that state could continue forever. Yeah, and Parker makes a good point. Long-term capital management, who just thought they figured out a system and kind of moved on with their life. So, it's like anything. It should just be part of a tested trading plan. If you don't have a tested trading plan, then what are you doing trading? Would you open a restaurant without a business plan? Would you open a law office without a business plan? So, right, why would you trade without a trading plan? But, we're just shooting the shit here, I guess. But that's just, so all of this is just my theory, right? If you've got a system that uses the RSI and it makes you a whole bunch of money, or MACD or whatever, and that's your thing, and it's proven, and you're using it, and you're making money with it, have at it. It's hard enough to get people profitable in this game. I'm not going to tell anyone anything they're doing is wrong, unless you're doing something crazy, like, risking 10 to make 1 or something like that. Do I use a trailing stop during swing trading, and how long have I been trading? I've started trading, again, I guess we're just hanging out. Let me just put my feet up and get my iced coffee here. So I started trading in 2006 or 5. I started trading in university. So there was just job fair. I went down. Guy said, "Hey, you're in finance, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "Do you like video games?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "You should try trading." And essentially what this firm's model was, and this was back before everything got super computerized, was they would hire traders, and basically they would fund you and eat your losses, and you would split your profits. And this is back when day trading, I would say, was an easier game, because there was still electronic inefficiencies in the market, right? You could buy into an ECN, which was an electronic market, and sell out to a specialist, which was a manual fill, and sometimes make a little arbitrage or make a few bucks there, or people couldn't hide order flows. So level 2 was actually like a really important metric, where nowadays, if someone's going to sell 100,000 shares, they'd be ridiculous to just put that up on the order book. Anybody, even retail traders, can hide orders and use refreshing orders and all this. So so I did that for a while, and then the computerization of the market came in, and this firm was one of those that just kind of refuses to adapt. So they closed shop. They wouldn't change their ways from just messing around with the specialist to actual, what I call actual trading. So I took the knowledge I made there, and I started to work for hedge funds. So what I did there is hedge funds would come to me and say, "Hey, Mike, we're looking to invest, 100 million or so in this fund. Can you go fly out and chat to them and see what they're doing?" So that's what we did a lot of. Is we said, "Hey, let me talk to your traders. Let me figure out what you're doing. Let me figure out where the risks are. Let me look through your books," that kind of thing. And then we would go back and report to that client and say, this is how the hedge fund is trading, and this is how they're making money, and this is where your risks are going to be. So beauty of that job is it basically allowed me just to go all over the world and talk to some of these best hedge fund traders and ask them what they were doing. And the whole time I was using trade ideas, because I was still trading my own accounts. This was early to mid 20s. So I had some trading theories and philosophies that I was employing then and still employ now. And I used Trade Ideas to help scan and narrow those down, because I was, I had this thing called the boss key, where it was like a series of shortcuts where I could hit a button and it would hide Trade Ideas and Sterling, which was the prop. I was trading with another prop firm at the time. But I would still, place a couple trades a day and did okay there. And then I came back from that. So that company got purchased as well. That was in 2015 or 16. And I had this YouTube channel where I had been a Trade Ideas affiliate for a little bit there. Just made some videos talking about the system, and how I was using it and things like this. So I had been doing that for a while, and I noticed I actually started really struggling trading after that company got bought out, because I went back to it after I'd been profitable this entire time. I went back to it, and all of a sudden, as opposed to being, I did this for a job, and then I would open up the computer and place a couple trades and make a couple bucks, and move on. When it started to become the primary focus, it was funny. It was the more work I did with it, the more poorly I did with it. So that's when I really started to get into back testing and all of this, because I met a hedge fund back in the day, and this guy had a couple $100 million hedge fund, and I walked into his office, and he's wearing board shorts and one of those button-up Hawaiian shirts, and this is downtown New York, right? I'm Canadian, but we were in right off of Wall Street here, and he had a little smaller than my office here in my house, little tiny office, couple computer monitors, and just a big red button. And he was the first kind of quant. So I was like, what happened to that big, what's up with that big red button? And he says, that's to turn off the bots if something happens, right? God forbid, another 9/11 or something like that. He's like, I'm ready to hit the button. And he said, other than that, I don't do anything. And this bot would enter a bunch of trades and then exit them right after the first 15 minutes of the open. And, again, this is before HFTs got big. So when I was struggling trading, I remembered talking to him and saying, okay, well, maybe that's my problem, is because what I was doing a lot of before, when I was working with this hedge fund and trading, was I would use Trade Ideas to signal an alert. I still may have it, and I still remember it. And it would just be this, I really wouldn't trade the opens that much, because it was too much kind of when I was working. And so what I would do is I had this kind of late day revision to the mean type of trading strategy. So what I would do, I don't know if this even still works. Let me see. It would just be, basically I would look for consecutive 15-minute candles, higher or lower. It's a really kind of bone simple strategy. Let's see, Gilead. It's one that popped up. So this kind of trade, right? I would look for something that was really kind of hammering down all day, ideally closer to support, or it would be at a moving average or something. And then I would take the break of this 15-minute candle. I'd put my stop right below this 15-minute candle, and I'd try to make 2 to 1, right? You do that with a couple hundred shares. You go for 40, 50 cents. It's a great trade on top of what it is you're doing. But yeah, again, when I back to the story, when I was focusing on it, I was doing poor. So what I decided was that I lost the room. Did we lose the room? No, I think I'm still here. Let me move this just to be sure. So yeah, I ended up getting into auto trading, because I was like, okay, if there's an issue that I need to work through, then maybe I can figure out a way to let the computers do that for me. So I got really into that. I did a 6-month-long kind of journal where I showed all the times that I had intervened with trades versus times that I kind of set up trades and then left. And I did better when I set up trades and left. So that's how I kind of got into auto trading. So I have a few trading strategies. Some are kind of using the back tester and all of that. A lot of what I do now is trading with symbol lists where, so these 3 trades you see up here, this is a demo account, but I have these in my live account as well. But what I did is I told Trade Ideas last night that I was interested in these things if they broke today's high. You can see 3 of them did. 2 of them aren't working. This one I may actually repurchase if we kind of get back through that area. Actually, let me see. I'll put this here, but let me also do it over on my live account if that gets back through there. And it's kind of just the way I trade now. So these are day trades, except I'm looking at this, and if it actually closes really strong or runs, I may keep this for a couple day swing. But yeah, so I guess that's my story. It was basically, the long story short is I was trying to figure out how to trade after having traded for a long period of time and then coming back to it for a living. It was not figuring out how to trade. I knew how to do it and how to do everything like that, but it was more about trying to figure out how to get around what I thought my weaknesses were with technology. So that's when I really got into statistics and backtesting and all of this, just because I found I was very good at making plans and very bad at executing them. So why not just make the plans and let the robots execute them? So here we go. So there's supposed to be a Q&A. I hope I didn't I think that question was how long I started trading, and then it went that far. So I'm really just chatting with you guys because there's no questions. But I just want to remind, for anyone who's lurking but may have Trade Ideas questions, that's why we're here. So certainly feel, there no worry about asking them kind of at all. Speaking of, we have a question here. Now, I just started to swing trade via Thinkorswim. Was scalping. I realize when I try to swing trade with smaller size, I make more money. I would say that's pretty common. Just the first part of your question, basically saying he was scalping big size, but now he's moved to trading smaller size and longer holds, and he's doing better. And again, that's probably correct in most cases. But I realize my question, however, is what do you look for when you swing? Float/earnings. So for me, when I swing, which is mostly what I do, it all starts with back tests. And I showed this back test before, and I always get the question if I can share this, and unfortunately I can't because it has customs in it. I apologize if my dog's about to freak out over nothing. But yeah, so we'll start with a theory, right? And that theory then gets back tested, and if that back test shows weight, then I know I have the statistics at least somewhat on my side for this trade. So this is a theory that I'll build and I'll back test, and then I will go through the scans or the symbols that it produces and figure out which of those kind of meet my trading eye, which means I think that there's a good kind of risk reward and all that kind of stuff. So essentially the theory behind this, you can see it's about 60% accurate. You make, there you go. So you got a $50,000 account. You only need 136 of it to trade this. If you take 3,000 to trade, you're estimated to make 61% return a year. And the theory behind this is just looking for stocks that are down a bit, recovering, and have a doji yesterday. So, Boeing, for example, is one that I took in my real trading account. What I do is, because I do all of my work when I'm backtesting and building algos on this thing that I'm showing you now, I have this as it's kind of paper trading everything that I'm trading for real. So my entry is a little worse than that because this was auto entered and I watched it. So I just got in, I think, around here. So again, it starts with a theory and then it goes into technical analysis, right? So this, the way I look at this from kind of a technical point of view is that it's finally broken this downtrending kind of channel or wedge here. It put in a doji yesterday, which kind of just represents indecision, and then it's breaking that today. So again, picked up some of it there, a pretty tight stop. And then what I'll do is I always evaluate kind of at the end of the day, whether or not I think it's a hold or not. And for that, I will look at things like when are earnings coming up. This one's had earnings a long time ago, so I'm not interested. Speaking of, what did ABIO do? I was in ABIO yesterday, and I had to exit because of earnings. Oh, it did absolutely nothing. Okay. But that's fine. But yeah, so, it's what I look for is an interesting, it's a big question, because it's going to be whatever your written trading plan is, kind of thing, right? So what I look for might not be what you look for, might not be what anyone else looks for. But what I do is I've got these scenarios that I've back tested, and they work at least with some edge. I figure even if I can get a 51 to 55% accuracy, that's all you need if you're managing risk correctly. And then you're able to go, okay, now that I have somewhat of a statistical edge, let me now apply kind of my human brain to it, as opposed to just a robotic, right? Buy this, buy this, buy this. And so then you look at things like the industry, right? When you're swinging, is it an industry where the stock can kind of move dramatically? I personally like to buy things with short floats, right? It's why I'm watching ACB and Play, is because I like heavily shorted stocks that are looking like they're going to be strong, because at least there's some kind of pent up demand in them. So different. Again, but it's going to be whatever it is that you're after, right? Some people like different patterns. For me, I would say my favorite patterns are kind of the rounded bottoms, and then as well as triangles and tightening formations like that. Just because if you're seeing something at that apex of the triangle and it breaks, you've got a really, really tight risk for a huge potential return. And for me, I've stopped ever kind of thinking or worrying that I'm going to be 70, 80, 90% accurate, right? I think at a certain point in a trader's career, you realize that is 100% impossible and not necessary. The most important thing is that it's just not necessary, right? So Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect is a great trading book that has nothing to do with trading. Essentially just looking at the fact that, right, if you're 51% accurate, and this is something that I actually just went over with Jessica on Back to Basics. Let me actually show you this. And again, that's the series where I'm teaching my fiance how to trade, which is brought to you by Trade Ideas, but on my channel. Let me see if I can find the slides for this. Risky math. Here it is. So this is a little behind the scenes of up and coming. So I did this experiment where I ran, here it is here. I basically ran just 1,000 trades with about a 50-50 win rate just through Excel, right? A very simple experiment where I said, hey, what would happen if, right, 50% accurate, you make $200 for every $100 you lose. And I did that 4 times. And you can see under pretty much all cases, they kind of converge around the same area when it comes to right here, right? They all kind of get to the same kind of place. And then over here with here is just what happens if you crank it up to 2.5 to 1, right? So changes in accuracy didn't affect the math very much, but changes in how much you make when you're right really changed the math, like double the amount of money you could potentially make. So again, that's my focus more than the setup for sure. Is what's that potential kind of move. Any progress on E-Trade? No ETF as of yet, but it is, or no ETA, sorry, as of yet, but we're working on it. We have, it's not really on us. You know, we there's a lot of things with E-Trade that we have to wait for them to do to give us testing environments and things like this. But I can tell you that as we speak right now, there's people working on it. The best part of it is that we have the interface done. The worst part is that we have to go through and, kind of go through and say, hey, this is what we need to translate the system. It's like translating two languages. Like, we've built this system that outputs, when I say buy, I mean this exact line of code, and they have the other one. So we have to kind of push them together. We are working on Alpaca and TOS as we speak as well. So we're just we have the codes for those have opened up. It's just getting the APIs plugged together, and then testing, right? Testing. That's the big thing, right? When it's one thing if we release an update and the top list stop working, or the halt filters broken or something like that. It's another thing when it's an auto trading system. Like, we want to make sure that it's rock solid kind of thing. Fidelity, no plans with Fidelity yet. We're basically, what we did is, a lot of you guys may have got it, but we sent out surveys to our clients. We do that periodically, where we just say, hey, where do you trade? And then we're just kind of going down the list from most to least kind of thing, right? So IB was number one. It's still close, but I don't think it's number one anymore, and that's probably the commission thing. So then it's E-Trade and Thinkorswim. Alpaca's not one of the top ones, but it's just kind of a relationship that we made. They seem like cool guys, and they don't have a front end, so we're going to be one of the only kind of front ends for them, which would be interesting. So how do you test for a short float, say above 30% in the window? Well, you just grab whatever alert you want, and then just add, let's just try that. Let's try a very simple strategy where we take a cross above daily resistance. We'll take that. We'll take cross above daily resistance. We'll days to cover. I like days to cover generally better than short float. Just personal preference, but to each their own. Let's say it trade 250,000 shares. It needs to have traded that day, and let's say $2 to 2,000. All right, so I just built something that said, show me stocks that are breaking a daily resistance area that have big short floats. So you can see, right, we're breaking out of resistance here on CSTO, and I use days to cover. So let's just say, what if we bought these and we held them for 3 days? I'll leave risk management blank for now, and then we just test. So what would happen if we bought things that are breaking daily's resistance with big short floats, and then we held them for 2 days? Now, for a swing trade, this looks like it's going to be pretty good, but we also have to note that, we're back testing a period that looks like this, right? So you have to always remember that when you're back testing, is that you could have bought the SPY over the last 3 months or so, and that would have been great. So again, I always curve that. If I find a good long strategy like here, I'm way more interested than if I find a good long strategy here, if that makes any sense. But
looks like it's a pretty decent strategy. Looks like had some good and some bad days, but that's just kind of how you would build that. Now that's obviously way too much. You know, you would need $1 million to apply 3,000 to each of the trades, and you know that's just way too much trading. But that's your starting point, right? Then what I'll do is I'll go through and like look at time of days, and that makes sense. So let's run it again and say let's set out the first half hour, and then let's stop at 1, which I have a weird time zone. 1 o'clock for me is noon Eastern. What's the biggest strength and weakness of the Trade Ideas platform? That's a good one. I don't think I've heard that. Biggest strength is, and this is gonna be a cheesy ass answer. I feel like I should be fired from the job interview for this one, but the strength and the weaknesses are the same, right? There's so much you can do with the platform, which also means it's very complicated at the same time. So this is why we have these sessions, right? Where we can go through and we can say, okay, let's chat about the system, because if people come through and say, hey, I'm confused with this or that, we need to have a resource for that, because we understand that our system's complex because it's powerful, right? Mike C is making people money. COHN. Dogs. Oh, cool. Yeah, that little breakout there. That's good. But yeah, so the biggest strength is you can do a lot with the system. The biggest weakness is that if you can do a lot this much with a system, it takes time to learn. And that's, you know, that's fine for people who are dedicated to it. But it's just not good, and it's something we have to think about for people who are used to more, you know, like Robinhoods and you know, very user friendly, simple, right? Mac users like myself, right? You know, things that are simple, right, can be sometimes a little more complex. And I apologize for this monster behind me barking at nothing. Apologize for that. I'm getting a new deck built, and you know, the dogs don't like strange men wandering around the house and hammering things and ripping things down and stuff. So they've had a rough couple weeks with this build. Now I'm just playing with the strategy. So I want to add an average true range on there. I think that's always a good thing for. Oh, thanks, dog. You protected me. You know, add average true range on there to make sure that things actually move, and then we can go from there. So you see what's happening is that with Trade Ideas, it will tell you under which scenarios the trade worked and under which scenarios the trade didn't. So you can go through and refine those. So while I was talking to you, what I did there is I went through and I said, well, what is the average true range? How does that affect the trade? And I noticed that, you know, stocks with a low ATR didn't do as well as stocks with a high ATR. So I just took that out, right? And the same thing I did with the time of day. You know, trades in the first 30 minutes didn't do as well as trades after that. And you can go through and do that for all of these filters, right? So if you wanted to see what the Bollinger Bands did, you could click that and you could say, oh, if they're under their Bollinger Band, if they're not quite out of their Bollinger Band, they're in the bottom 50%, that seems to work better. So I can just add that to my strategy, and then I can run another back test and say, okay, well, what do we get here? So we would have gotten some today. Oh, like right now. Okay, so that's interesting. And that's probably breaking out of just this little double candle resistance here. And you can see how we're kind of slowly working away to a system. So question from Bill. I am not here every day. Somebody is here every day though. So let's see, that's an interesting looking strat. I'll give that to you guys if you're interested. But 64% win rate, almost a 2-to-1 risk reward, holding kind of breakout stocks of heavily shorted companies for a few days, which is an interesting little scan. Let's just call it a squeeze. So yes, I am not here every day, but someone is here every day. And the cool thing about that is that we all kind of, there's a U in squeeze. We all have our own different styles and things like that. Like Sean is way longer term in nature than I am, even for swings. Sean and all that are, yeah, so I shared the strategy there. So I'm here once a week. You'll generally see a different person every day, and we try to make it consistent. You know, if someone's got a meeting or something, we swap around a lot, but usually it's Sean on Mondays, Steve on Tuesdays, me on Wednesdays, Jamie on Thursdays, and Andy's on Fridays. And yeah, Debbie, I just put the scan in the chat there. But yeah, so I'm usually here every Wednesday. You know, if you want more of my ramblings, your best bet is my YouTube channel. I've been doing that for 10 years now. So there's a lot of me rambling on there. And then I've got that Twitter account as well. So, okay, so I think Barry is giving me the hook. So I am going to give, we still got 3 minutes, so give another one last. Does anyone have any questions? I've given you that scan. That's an interesting one. I'm going to keep an eye on that for a few days. See if there's, what would it have given me yesterday? Would it give me Uber? Oh, that would have been nice. Uber right here off the open. And then continuing today, would have given me play. And I know that's not up today. Marriott. Interesting. All right. So I don't think there's any more questions. So I am going to take off. And again, I will be here on Wednesdays. Away you go. And stay tuned because Barry should be back on as soon as I hit
MTX earnings. How I think our data provider is. We're going to have to make a change. Too many saying market hours, and that just isn't. This just can't be. So I'm going to say this is probably pre-market tomorrow for AMTX. So ahead of that earnings release, people are, I guess, anticipating something, and that's something being somewhat positive. All right, so I'm in the YouTube feed. Thank you. Also, like, I can always count on you to tell me. Boy, guys, I mean, this DK is now at a really critical area here. 1538 or so. Takes that out. Look underneath. Look left. Underneath. 841. It's an earnings play. Yeah, that PEIX is struggling to get through that 250. That's too bad. I wish that weren't there, and I wish this wasn't there. I think that this could have a nice little run, but it just is taking too long to try to get through 250. Yeah, my watch list, I mean, the last, what are we, Wednesday? So Monday was spectacular. Yesterday, I would say it was B+. Today, it's like the IA, or the IA, the AI. Not really much happening. Yeah, really, nothing shaking. Just looking at every single alert, nothing is really Wow. Well, that's telling me something. I mean, there's not a for what I was looking at here for my watch list. There's just no edge today in my watch list. Nothing really trending. The new highs have produced, some good. What's that mod doing? Okay, like the mod is interesting to me, guys. And now that it's reclaimed 7, yeah, again over that 200-day moving average. I think I have my alert. Well, it just took it out actually. So let me. I'm going to stick an alert right about 7:11 on a little. Right at 7:11, my alert for mod. Because I look left and there's definitely room. Had earnings yesterday. Well, I can send you one chart you can duplicate. Like what chart do you want? Why don't you just make your own? But yes, but what chart do you want? You can just duplicate them. They're virtually all the indicators are the same. All right, guys, time for me to do my video 102. So I'll do my video now, come back, and let's see if we get some action from this window for the balance of the day. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I might hear a little bit of background noise while the leaf blowers, I think it's leaf blowers. The leaf blowers are right outside my window, so. Like right outside my window. Guys, look at Tissy. Look at Tissy. Yeah, I'm going to clear this right now. Oh my gosh, okay. Another minute or so, guys. Probably should put myself on mute. Yeah, I'm going to put myself on mute, okay? Okay, how's that, guys? They're sort of fading, I think. If you think it was loud, if you thought it was loud for you. Tissy, guys, my goodness, T-I-S-I. So there is something, I mean, it is really, something's happening here, obviously. Look at the volume that came in. Net. Yeah, it's done pretty well. Yeah, I mean, well, very well, I guess. Look at this. I mean, wasn't really affected at all by the pandemic. Nothing. Of course, it's one of those technology stocks. Just waiting for some alerts to happen in here now. Really? Okay. We have August the 10th market hours. Well, I don't know. I mean, no, you're probably right. Let me, yeah, in fact, I'm going to have to, you're right though. I'm seeing, other information that it was an earnings play. Well, I can tell. I'm just looking at my IB headline news, which I also have up, and I can see right there. Right there. Team EPS beats by 10 cents. Misses on revenue. Earnings up, revenue down. All right, guys, Arconic, ARNC, little curl here over the 19 level, and what do we have? 1977, 1969. So around 1970 might be the next resistance area. So right at the high of the day. All right, so for fun, I'm going to take 500 shares of in the simulator. I'm going to hold it. Okay. I'm going to buy at the market. I'm going to hold this one. I'm not going to close it off at the end of the day. And I'm going to hold it through earnings. And let's just see, just for fun, in the simulator. XBio, a couple of... Yeah, good volume. It's not showing up here because it's obviously has not made 30 new highs. Excuse me, that's not like you, William. Excuse me, sorry. A little yawn there. Too bad this is not shortable. What a nice little break here on that 15-minute chart, MYOS. Not shortable. Not shortable for me. I shouldn't say. Could be shortable for you, but not shortable for me. Have you got that compare count going, Autolycus? Yeah, I mean, I know the market's up 300. The Dow, Nas is up, SPY is up. It just doesn't feel that way. For me, anyway. I see 6. I actually have it thumbnailed right down here, and I do see that little move. Only thing is, I look at the 15. To me, there looks like there's pretty decent resistance. Around 720, 729 or so. So it doesn't have that much room to go. If that does prove, those two 15-minute candles, the highs, if that proves to be resistance. Okay, so there is Isaiah, some decent volume coming in, popping through a new high. Well, this looks really interesting, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. I'm just looking at this volume coming in. Might have to take this trade. Gets up to what, 76 or something. Clears that just a little bit. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, there's a million shares right there in that 5 minute. And on the 15, of course, has another minute to close. So the volume definitely was coming in. It hasn't really popped it. But, keep an eye on Isaiah, because look at the daily chart. I mean, look how much room it has. It just really hasn't moved that volume. That million shares has not really moved it that much. But it could just be starting. All right, guys. Well, I have to try it. 174. My stop will have to, the bottom of that candle. I have to see if this has a pop. All right, that's for the Isaiah. I'm going to give this a little bit longer. This volume has not moved it that much. Well, we'll have to see. I'm just going to give it a little bit longer. Isaiah. Is it a good swing? Well, I mean, obviously it's got room. I don't know if it's going to be a good swing or not, but it's got room. It had a pullback the last couple of days, and but all these really cheap ones, I mean, they're somewhat suspect, but hey, it's got room. That's all I can say. Meanwhile, DK, gee, I should be short this one. Look at this one. I kept talking about this level right there. Look at DK continuing down. No support really. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe around 1350 or 1376. Looking left on that weekly chart, there's the low. We're going to give this a little bit longer. And always get back in. And I'm talking about the Isaiah, of course, IZEA. Oh, I might be earlier. I mean, if it gets close to 70, I'm going to get out. I mean, the ultimate stop is 67. But please, you have to, don't listen to me necessarily on that, okay? But yeah, my ultimate stop is 67. But DK was the one. Holy smokes. I mean, that's just a great short. Right from here, 1642 or so. Look at this. I mean, that's just a great short on earnings. Have to see if this continues tomorrow. All right, I want to make sure the screen is up and running. Somebody's saying they can't see my screen. Just want to make sure it's not widespread. You guys can see my screen, right? I know YouTube you can. Just want to make sure. Okay, so more than likely what you should do is do a refresh. So enter if you can hear me. You can't see the screen, but there's a gear probably around the upper right hand corner of the trading room, and there's a refresh. Just try to do that, and that probably will solve the issue, okay? Well, I'm sort of liking this KLR. Look at this KLR. Oh man, look at the gap it's got, guys. KLR. I don't know anything about these guys. Look at the gap it's got. The only issue is that it didn't come from consolidation. It's chase right now. but the volume, a little bit of a volume burst on the 5 minute. Volume is picking up. It's a low float. Oh, look at the gap though. Getting rid of all this. It's not an earnings play. I don't know anything about this company. Cloud communications, okay. How about try Chrome, okay? If that doesn't help, I'm not sure how I can help you. It's got to be something going on in your system, unless it's widespread, which it isn't. So try Chrome. I'm fine. How are you? Just waiting on this Isaiah. I almost got out, but this one, but guys, I mean, I don't know what's happening on this one, but look at the room it's got. All the way up to 6. Well, I'm just waiting on this to see if it pops up. I mean, that volume was good. He's just not really following through yet. Boy, this looks so interesting. I wish we'd had the alert right down here, but probably the volume, on the break out of here. But wow. And I'm sure the reason is that it hadn't made 30 new highs at that point. In fact, I can tell, yeah, right there. There it is, 30. Well, okay, there's a stop, okay, enter. I mean, there is a way. I mean, you have an entry price, you have a stop price, but my recommendation is that you manage the exits on your own. If you're looking to fully automate it, I'm not sure the results. Okay, guys, maybe it's going to move now. Our recommendation is that you want to look at the alerts. If you want to maybe take the trades on the alerts, but manage the exits. Well, they're long and short. I'm not sure what you mean. These were the long alerts today. Here are the short alerts. Today was not a good day for the AI, but they're long and short alerts every day. Well, when you say all stocks are just some, I mean it's okay. I guess you don't understand what the AI, which is fine. This is a strategy called On Support. This is a strategy called Mighty Mouse. These are the AI strategies that made the cut today. because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. So this is a strategy. How we like to call ourselves is event based. Okay. So for instance, I've got this alert window called basic new highs and lows. At the beginning of the day, I have no idea what's going to be in here. You know, what has to happen is, here are my filters. So if the price is between 1 and 20, current volume, relative volume is 3, so it's trading 3 times normal. Minimum share volume, up or down 4% from the close. So these are all the filters that have to be satisfied. And if a stock makes a new high or a new low, we see it. So obviously going into every day, we have no idea what stocks we're going to see. So you're not sending stocks to the AI, no. So just like this is a strategy called on support. It has filters in place and some kind of a trigger. And so we don't know what stocks are going to come through. Make sense? So it's not that you say, okay, AI, what do you think about this stock? No, it's not like that. You know what? I know I'm going to regret not taking this KL. I know it. I'm starting to stick to my guns. It wasn't really from a consolidation. No. When you get an alert, there's the entry price right there. It's a real-time entry price, okay? You don't have to take the alert, exactly at the price. You can kind of watch to see how it's trading, but there's the entry price and there's the stop, okay? So it is mapped out ahead of time for you. Well, ahead of time, as the alert happens. Boy, this Zag, another earnings play. Look at this. I mean, look at the volume that just came into Zag. And again, why would it not show up here? Obviously, is not enough. What's the volume? Yeah, the volume is great. Everything is great. Must not be the right account. I'm going to have the count. I'm going to add the count here. If I do it, I'm going to not. Well, that's okay. Well, wait a minute. I don't understand then. No, you cannot put an alert on a trend line. No, Eugene. Yeah, the developer of the room recommends that Chrome is the browser of choice, so I'm glad that worked. I'm waiting to see if Isaiah would break out. That's what I'm waiting on. I'm in at 174. I'm just waiting. I like this Zag. It's got room also. Let's see. What is the... So there's the high looking left on the daily chart is 410. Takes that out. It has a shot to get into this area. If you're waiting for me to tell you what to buy and sell, though, this is not that sort of a room. Just to let you know. There goes Zag, guys. I'm not in it. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Tremendous volume coming in. To go back here to see where the first alert was. 379. It's been strong all day. 379, 360. So it looks like around 360 was the first alert. I'm just not sure why it's not showing up here. Yeah, here's glue. Well, I like to use this as an example because, you know, the AI should have got out earlier. So this shows it here. So this was a short of glue early. The short was at 847. All right. There was a stop in red, 895. Stock got all the way down here, but this is why I'm saying, you know, as a human watching this, you would have had to have taken some profit. But an algorithm did not kick in and actually, it actually got out for a loss. But there's no way you would have traded it like that. I mean, the stock got down to 814 from an 847 and very quickly. So anyway, that's an example. That you can see everything on the y-axis. Here 34.91 for ATH, 34.91. It's, you know, hasn't done anything, and there's a stop 33.30. So I mean, it's just a reverse. Yeah. So you're asking questions. I mean, today is not a good day for the AI. Okay, it's just not a good day. So Ellis, do you have our program? Do you have trade ideas? Because all you have to do is just load this, the basic new highs, and you'll see. You just have to right click and you'll see the summary. Okay, so do you have our program? And welcome, by the way. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, the filters. The reason I don't really, I mean, I is if you have this, if you have a program, you know, I can share the scan with you. All right. I mean, I'm just trying to think. What are the? I mean, I have a minimum volume of I think 300,000 shares. It's got to be up at least 4%. You know, and making a new high. Those are the basic filters that are in place. But if you had the program, what happens is I share all these scans. They are right here. Click on the scan. I'm sharing all of these scans. All right. But of course, you have to have the program to load them. Well, trending. I mean, they're making new highs. You know, whether or not it's you know, something like this or, but they're making new highs for the day. But I'm a momentum trader. You know, I like seeing stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. Doesn't mean just because I make a new high or a new low that I take the trade. You know, I want to see the pattern it's coming from. No, that's why I didn't take this KLR because yeah, I got the alert here, but I felt like I was chasing it. You know, I was just chasing it. Had it come right there, you know, I probably would have taken the trade. But it did. Well, this is Trade Ideas. You're in the Trade Ideas trading room. So let me. You're in a trade idea. You're in the Trade Ideas trading room. So all these scans are developed within our program called Trade Ideas. Here, I'll send you to the home page, and you can have a look. Boy, ARNC guys, really strange trade right there. But this big drop here. Remember, it has earnings tomorrow, or before the market opens tomorrow. Weight Watchers, I didn't even see this one. Really not that big a reaction after. Well, I guess it actually did. It was down. So Weight Watchers just taking a tumble here. WW. What an ugly daily chart. This is, you know, untradeable. Look at this chop. Up, down. Topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. The only thing would be is if it on that weekly chart, if it takes out 23 tomorrow or today, I'm going to stick an alert around 22.75. See if it takes it out tomorrow, then it can maybe start to attack this area underneath. Oh, ugly, ugly, ugly daily chart. That is correct. There's no, yeah. I mean, we get a lot. I mean, all these alerts you see here, there's nothing to do with the AI. I mean, you can do a lot within Trade Ideas without using the AI. Okay. I mean, you know, AI is nice. I use it as a watch list. You know, just another watch list of stocks for me to look at. But WW has got nothing to do with the AI. No. Who asked the question? No, Alice, it's like you're not in a like this is not a guru trading room or I'm charging you $100 to tell you what to buy and sell. Okay, so no, I don't have a list of stocks that I've been in and out over the last week. I mean, I obviously I have one, my broker's account, but well, this is just a trigger. I mean, you know, when you say entry, these are just real time alerts. Okay, so Zag, you know, at 1:48, about 10 minutes ago, made a new high for the day at 416. If Zag makes another new high, you know, if it gets up to 417, if it gets up to 417, you'll see it in this window again. Just think of this as these are scans, okay? Real-time scans. If all the filter requirements are met, and in this, like for instance, MYOS just showed up. Why? Just made a new low for the day. You know, just made a new low for the day. So it shows up in this window because that's how I have it configured. Yeah. Kang is just funning around. Well, don't confuse getting alerts and trading. I'm being these are the reason the program is called Trade Ideas is these are trade ideas. Okay, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I hop into the trade. It means it's giving me an idea. So that's why I click on the alert. I check to see the what's happening. Where is it coming out of? What sort of a room it has on the daily, weekly, monthly. So I'm making a determination of whether or not I want to trade it or not. So these are ideas. The AI, because these are not back tested or anything like that. The AI alerts are, you know, in theory, these are, you know, these strategies that made the cut give us the best statistical advantage today. Did it work today? No. But, you know, that's the theory behind the AI. But you can, you know, you can create any sort of alert window you want. You know, if you wanted something based on new 5-minute highs or new 10-minute highs or 10-minute lows or, you know, a running up now, things like that. There are all sorts of different alerts we have. Well, these are my favorite. I like basic new highs and lows, and this is my watch list. This is what I'm really tracking. Okay, this is what I use every day. Enter, okay? I use these every day. This is my layout every day because I like seeing stocks making new highs and lows with these filters in place. Doesn't mean every single stock that comes through here is a winner. But this is what I like to see. You know, I don't change my layout very often. I kind of stick to the things I like to see. Some days are great. Some days are. And we got WKEY on the move here, guys. Look at the volume coming in. Okay, how to turn off the sound of alerts. Okay, so you probably, what you've done is, have you got my basic new highs and lows as an example, right? Not a stupid question, no stupid questions. Okay, so any alert window, second here, let me try to induce this up. So any alert window, so if you right click, properties, actions. Now, if you don't want to hear the sound, so I know what's happening, you're hearing her say the symbol over and over again, you can just uncheck the play sound, uncheck it, and then say OK. Or say OK, click on OK, all right? Well, Ellis, it's really your choice. I mean, if you, most of the things that I do, but there are all sorts of different traders in the trading room. It's not, just not me. I just happen to be the moderator, okay? And a lot of my job is trying to explain how to use trade ideas. It's not trading so much. Though of course I want to trade. But you'll hear me say all the time, that's people ask, well, if you're mainly a day trader, why do you have a daily and weekly and a monthly chart? That's because even as a day trader, if the stock that I'm looking at has made a new high for the day, then I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So now I want to look at these longer term time frames and say, okay, where could this stock go? It's already made a new high for the day. Is there anything on the daily, weekly, or monthly that could block it? So if there isn't, then that really helps me make up my mind whether or not I want to take the trade. So consequently, you could look at, I'm just using this as an example, WKEY. Believe me, I would never be swinging this one with 251,000 shares in the float. But let's just say it was a more of a normal stock. You could look at this and go, wow, okay, at one point this was up to $18. If this holds, well, I guess it could have a shot. Again, I'm not absolutely not recommending a swing of this one. But that's kind of the idea. So, if a stock closes well and you want to swing it, go ahead. If it's got the room, it's really up to you. I'm not sure I understand the question. Are not follow? Yeah, like Mod has room. Yeah. Mod has room. It's not a ton of room, but it's got room. Look at the weekly chart. 749 is the next high. So, it might struggle to get through that. But then after that, it's up to this level here. Does it mean because a stock has room that it's going to, continue to move? Of course not. But all we're trying to do is take chart resistance out of the equation. Mod, I'm sorry, William, I didn't want to say anything. And I'm sure you're adding to your short, but I did not want to say anything. But you know what I've done. So, excellent, Amy. Glad to have you. So again, these are the sort of things I look at. Mod was almost perfect. There's the alert at 7:15. So when you click on the chart and look at that weekly, look at that 15-minute chart. So a little bit of consolidation. Look at the volume that popped it through. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, but the minute William said he was shorting it, out of courtesy, because I do know if I say I go along something, I'm sure there might be people who are going to do the same thing. So I'm out some now, but this is exactly what I'm looking for. Something breaking out of some consolidation, breaking to a new high, but on volume. If it was just like a little volume bar like that, I wouldn't have looked at it. But look at the volume. This is the biggest volume bar of the day for the 15-minute chart. So that's how I trade. Perfect. They missed estimates, earnings, and fantastic. That's right up my alley. Well, again, I'm not sure I understand the question, but the only way I get an alert here is if it makes a new high. Now you're going to say, well, why? I would rather take it sooner. You know, it's not the way I trade. I want to see stocks very near the high of the day. It's that simple. I know a lot of people will only want to play pullbacks, and that's fine. There's many different ways to trade. You have to find out what's comfortable for you and stick to it. And that's what I do. Well, I mean, typically, obviously, if I'm going long, usually the trend is in my favor. I mean, because it's made a new high for the day, so it's usually it's typically that's what's happened. So, relative volume. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I put a minimum here of 3, so it's trading at least 3 times normal. Okay, your best bet, JA, seriously, I mean, a simple moving average and exponential moving average. Okay, your best bet is go to something like Investopedia for a really complete, detailed explanation. All right, Investopedia, how do you spell it? Probably something like that. Okay, and it's got a lot of information about everything. Not everything. I mean, but some of the more terms than just obviously EMAs and SMAs. It's a great resource. Yeah, so you see the pop here, but it wasn't on big volume yet. So I wouldn't be looking. I like the consolidation. A little bit running on the 5s. Not horrible. But on the 15s, little consolidation. But look, there's no volume pop. I mean, it may keep going. Also, it's close to the whole number. I'm a real stickler for stocks near the whole number. I really don't like taking stocks near the whole number. It's psychological. A lot of people, will wait for the whole number break. But so even if it broke the whole number, look at the weekly chart. It's got some resistance right around, right around here. But listen, it could pop. But I'd want to see a big volume bar also. Not 100%. Does it need volume? But it gives me a lot more confidence. And I can hear it. It's making a new high. But I like to see, imagine if this all of a sudden, it doesn't have to be this, but even if it were this volume here, popping it through, that means, obviously, that means there's a lot of activity, a lot of traders are getting involved. Okay, so Amy, how many monitors do you have? Okay, so and you're using the app, right? I'm sure you're using the app. You're not on the web-based version. Okay, good. So take your toolbar. Okay, take the toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor. Obviously, this is my main monitor, the one I share. Okay, but of course I've got some Trade Ideas windows on my other 2 monitors. So arrange everything as you want. Okay, Once you've done that, first of all, you should save your layout to the cloud, okay? Once you've got your layout that you think you want, File, Save or Share to Cloud, where it says up there, where it says entire layout, you're probably going to want to click on it and then give it a name. You know, call it Amy's first layout or something like that, okay? Give it a name. And then you can save it. Okay? Next thing though is once you've arranged everything, in fact, before you do that save, I sort of jumped the gun there. Before you do that save, this is the key part. Click on Tools, Options, and Layouts. Following so far? Tools, Options, Layouts. Now you see where it says Open relative to main window? Check that. And then save. Once you've done that and then save your work, okay, then save your work. No, I'm still in the Isaiah. I know I saw that pullback, but we'll see. You remember I'm in at 174. If it gets to 174, I'll just exit. So once you've done that, then save your you can save your layout to your computer. You can save your layout again. When you exit though, if you say File, Exit, and then Save Layout, and you say yes, then when you start Trade Ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them on all 4 monitors. Okay? I was looking for a little bit more from the Isaiah. I was hoping we'd get into the upper 80s. You know, it got to 84, but I was looking for a little bit more before I took some out. But we'll see if this is just this doesn't hold them out. So yeah, you can take a look at all my scans if you click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, and you can download them all. You might see some things that might interest you. It'll go to a Word document. And then when you see the link, all you have to do is copy the link. Copy the link. And then File, Load from Cloud. File, Load from Cloud. When you copy that link, you'll see it right in here in the box, and then you just load it. And if you want to see what I've done, all you have to do with any alert window, top list window, you just right click, configure, and then summary. And then you'll see all the filters that I've used. You know, you're brand new today, so I don't want to overwhelm you. I won't wait for the candle to close if it's moving on volume. You know, because it's breaking again. Remember, everything I'm seeing is making a new high. So as long as I see that volume, then I don't care if the candle. I mean, the candle doesn't matter. It's the volume that matters, breaking through to the new high out of a little bit of consolidation. Well, if the volume's red, that means it is not it's not making a new high, more than likely. So, Marty, if you're in the United States of America, you are subject to the pattern day trading, the PDT rules, the pattern day trading rules. So you have to have, you can only have three. So if you're auto trading on B plus, if you're auto trading, your broker will stop you after three trades in the week. He won't let you make any more trades. So you can try to auto trade, but the minute you send the trade, it'll just kick in and it'll just prevent you. So the issue I have with Carve is that looking left a couple of days ago, there is some could be some resistance not that far away. The high was 680, so it's not that far away. I wish that weren't there. That is correct, Marty. Well, that's up to your broker, JA. It's got nothing to do with us. I mean, we still have data coming into seven at night. Okay, it's got nothing to do with us really. It's just your broker has to allow, and virtually every broker will allow that. Yeah, oh yeah, you can trade pre-market, after hours. It's got nothing to do with us. We're not a broker, remember. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying when you create your layout, Amy, okay, make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything from the channel bar. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You don't want to go through all the work of rearranging, have all your nice windows, Trade Ideas windows on all four of your monitors, and then don't save it. Then because the minute you click on anything else from the channel bar, it's a layout, and you can only have one layout loaded at a time, which is fine as long as you saved your layout to the cloud. No, it's a minimum is a month. Yeah, there's no daily basis subscription. No. I should put a subscription link in here. So you've got a lot of support. The other thing, Amy, I don't know if you've had a chance to, you probably haven't, but the lessons, really, really good links here. The 20 short lessons. And anybody else who's new, please, there, okay, I just popped them in. Okay, there they are. Okay, so are you asking about, say, in a channel, and there might be a scan that you like? Is that what you mean? So when you're going through the various channels, okay. So this is what you do. So let's just, for fun, say this was one of the channels that you opened. All you do is, so let's just say you saw basic new highs and lows. Oh, I like that one. Just save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay? And you can keep doing that with going through all the channels, and you can extract windows from every channel that you might like. Just save them to the cloud. All right? Then you can bring back your layout, load your layout again, your general layout that you want to see every day. And then you can go into the cloud, file, load from cloud, and then you can start bringing back those ones that you saved from other channels. You can, just click on it and load it. It'll show up. So keep doing that, keep adding. And then guess what? Now and then you want to save that layout to the cloud with the additional, so you'll have your layout, and then you'll add those that you've saved, and then you'll save your layout to the cloud again, so that it'll incorporate all the ones that you added. So that means then when you, close Trade Ideas and then reload, all those additional ones will be part of your layout. When you become proficient tomorrow, no, you don't need another monitor. You don't need another monitor. But you'll find, I rarely go into the channels. In fact, the only reason I go into the channels is to see my watch list, of course, but I've got my watch list here. That's exactly what I did. I took my watch list and I took these 3 windows, saved them to the cloud, and then bring them back. But I rarely go into the channel, any of the channels. Once you become, because eventually what happens is you just create the layout that you like to use virtually every day. Doesn't mean you can't go into the channels to see if something is kind of new. But I rarely go into the channels to check anything out. Well, you see, William, it worked out well for both of us on the mod, obviously. No, there's no other data feed, Adrian. There's no other data feed. Yeah, so I'm not. I know. I'm pretty sure you can link with Lightspeed. I don't know if you went through that exercise with Bill before. I know you weren't a subscriber, but yeah, the theory being is that you just have to click on an alert and it'll load into your order entry in Lightspeed. Just a time saver, yes. Okay. Can we save all the channel bars layout on cloud on a daily basis? Don't understand the question. One of the things which confuses people, I know, when you click on a channel, let's just say I clicked on momentum. Okay, now, am I going to lose something? Yes. All right, well, I'm going to take a chance. Just a second, give me a moment here. This is almost like a test drive. A lot of people asking questions, which is great. Keeps me busy. All right, so let's just say I clicked on the momentum channel. All right, so there it is. So when I look at this, and let's just say the low float winners. Okay, this is a multi-strategy window. So let's take a look at the low float winners. All right, there's MyOS, AMTX. So let's just, for fun, I right click and I configure, and I see what filters they've used. So I might say, wow, I don't like that price range. So I go in and change the price. Say 1 in 10. Volume is 1,000. Wow, I want it to be at least 100,000. So see when I go to the summary, see how I've changed it? That was 1 in 10. That was 1,000. There's the float. Okay, so I look at this and I go, okay, I can live with that. And I say, okay. All right. Now, this is what you should do if you see something. You can make your changes just like I've done and then save it to the cloud. Okay, and you can go through each channel like that, extracting ones that that might look interesting to you. Maybe make changes if you want and then save it to the cloud. Here's the issue. Let's say you make some changes. Now you go on to another channel, social media channel. Okay, and you take a look. Okay, well, let's go back to the momentum channel. You go back to that momentum channel and you check it and you go, hey, wait a minute. I changed it to 1 in 10. How come it's back to 1 in 100? I changed that to 100,000. Why is that 1,000? The simple answer is this. This is in the cloud for everybody to use, okay? And so what you might like may not be what somebody else likes, or somebody else likes, or somebody else likes, okay? So we can't allow, obviously, you to make a change just because you want to make a change, because it's in the cloud for everybody. That's why I'm saying you can take the individual windows and you can save. Now, there is a way in which you could take these and save the layout, maybe call it, Amy's momentum, whatever this is called, momentum, okay? You could save all these windows, give it another name, so that, and save it as your own layout version of this. But every time you go into a layout, into the channel, you're not going to be able to make a permanent change. And again, if you think about it, it just makes sense. It'd be like going onto a TV channel. We'll go AMC, okay? And you look at AMC, you go, I hate that show. So I want to delete that show and that show and that show. And when I come back to AMC, I don't want to see those shows. But guess what? Other people might like those shows. So that's why AMC doesn't allow you to do that. That's an example. No problem. Watch the videos though. Definitely watch or it's not. They're not videos. They're 20 short text lessons, but I think they're very good. They'll get you started. Like just basically some of the basic things. Meanwhile, what's happened here? Well, this Isaiah is somewhat infuriating. He keeps wanting to get up to 180 and is just stopping. Here it goes again. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that was a big move. I mean, from 8.28 all the way up to 10.22. So that was a $2 move in a heartbeat, and then it just gave it up. It is an earnings play. Should be interesting to see what it does tomorrow, I guess, but it doesn't trade. You can see right there. I mean, it's traded, almost 900,000 shares. That's 77 times normal. This excuse me, just doesn't trade very much. Well, yeah. So I mean, I don't trade earnings. It's that simple. Okay. When I say this is an earnings play, I'm talking about it's already had earnings. Um, so yeah, pre-market tomorrow. So I don't really know what you want me to say to you. I mean, I don't trade earnings. I'm not going to guess to think, yeah, it's going to be good. So take the trade now and it's going to pop. I just don't trade earnings. Yeah, here's what I would say. I mean, I know somebody said Real, and Real is a tremendous teacher when it comes to total rules based trading. You know, there's no question about it. He's got all his indicators. He follows them. I'm not quite. I'm a little more a little more flying by the seat of my pants a little bit. Okay, so I don't have. I mean, I have certain rules I absolutely follow. Don't get me wrong. But my purpose in this room also, though, which is not reels at all, is to help people understand how to use trade ideas. So, but as far as teaching trading is concerned, yeah, I mean, reel's the ace. Well, guys, what time is it? 2:36. So I typically shut the room down at 3 o'clock. So, and today's my long day. I attend and help out in the webinar at 5 o'clock. So try to shut down right around 3. Closing the 3 p.m. That made sense. But listen, guys, I mean, this little window here can give a lot of really great little quick trades from 3 to 4. You don't need me to show you them. I mean, they will show up. They can be very quick trades. All right, guys. So with the Isaiah, what's happening here is we're getting too many topping tails. One more topping tail and I'm out of this one because I mean it's just too many. This is what I'm talking about. I mean this. I mean okay, there is a bottoming tail there. But the buyers have been trying all these topping tails. Remember, at one time that was a green candle all the way up, another one all the way up, another one all the way up. The buyers have been trying. I mean, these are not. We're not talking about 10, 15 cents, but the buyers have been trying to move this higher, but the sellers keep knocking it down. So, eventually the buyers are going to give up. And before that happens, I want to be out of the trade. So I mentioned the webinar. And let me just get that link. Don't have a specific link for the webinar. Just want to show you how you can register for all the free webinars. Okay, so if you click on the link, on the training link, do it right here. So if you click on the training link, and here are the 20 short lessons. But if you keep scrolling down, here's how you can register for all the webinars. And here's the Wednesday one. This is the Q&A, and it's with Dan and Brad, partners, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And I'm not on the mic. I'm just helping out text-wise. But all these webinars are free. So you just have to click on that training link and scroll down until you find them. Okay? What on the topping tails? Yeah. Well, it's just true. Eventually, somebody gives up. Remember, everything we see here is usually a bit of a war and a battle between the buyers and the sellers. And eventually, one side just gives up and says, "Okay, you got it for a while anyway." You too, JB. Are you trying to get us to look at Weight Watchers, GKK? A little pop here. I see what you're looking at. Well, look, I mean, obviously, if it can clear this, look at all that consolidation right there. On volume, yeah, you might get that might have a nice little pop in it. The only reason I'm still in the Isaiah, to be honest, is because I'm in at 174. So, I mean, I'm still a couple of pennies to the good. But if this was down at, if this were doing this and it was down, let's say 171, I'd be out. So I think these both have earning. Well, I know they do. Well, I shouldn't say that. CENX has earnings after hours. And why did that position disappear? I wonder why my position disappeared. I see it here. Help! Just give me a second here, guys. Just one moment, please. I'm just trying to figure something out here. Okay, guys. So this is a known bug. Yeah, something happened. I think if I close this down, the reason I don't want to do it is sometimes it will not remember. I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to probably be ticked off, but let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to do it. I did not want to do it because I thought this was going to happen. I think this is another bug, guys. I mean, You know, I saved this as default. Okay, I shut down the Brokerage Plus window. I brought it back, but now all my columns are different. Okay, guys, listen. I'm gonna have to talk to support about this. All right, guys. Hey. Okay, maybe we have something going here. What I'd love to see before I shut this room down, what I'd love to see is some volume come in again. You too, Kang. I enjoyed your comment. So you can have the scan. Just all you have to do, yeah, just scan. You can either find it here or click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. And one of them is the basic new highs and lows, okay? Are the airlines moving finally? Yeah, but even so, I don't know if you guys remember what I said this morning. I said so many times we see the cruisers and the airlines, they have those little pop in the pre market, excuse me, and then they do this. Now, granted, this is definitely taking off now, but it's just to me, it's just too erratic. Let's see what NCLH did. That's why I just don't even really follow them. Same thing. I mean, look, guys. I mean, big pop, cruisers, market opens, drop. Now I see there are starting to come back, but you tell me if this is going to persist. You know. Was there any doubt that Isaiah would do this? As in, like a ton of it? All right, guys. All right, 257, guys. So what? TTGT, TTGT, TTGT. Tech target. Well, it's an all-time high at 1 point today. Don't know what else to say. August 5th post-market. So obviously they're going to release earnings after hours. Not much more I can comment on. I'm not going to hold it. It's had a tremendous run, but other than that, not sure what else I can say. All right, guys. 2:58. I think I will. All right, guys. So yeah, I think I'll. In fact, I'm going to keep the room open. I might have a tech guy come in here. I want to show them something. So I'm going to keep the room open just for maybe a little bit longer. Look at the volume coming in, still coming into Isaiah. Let's see if it can get to the high 80s. High 80s, like 89. Yeah, I might be still open. Just waiting on Isaiah. Come on, Isaiah. One more pop. Maybe get into the 90s. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I want to see if anybody's going to come into the room. So I'll open the room tomorrow. The room will be still open just for a little bit longer in case somebody from support decides they want to come in. It's very quick I can show them how to what I'm seeing very, very quick. If they don't come in, fine, I'll just shut the room down. But I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm going to shut